All right, welcome back to the verification, analysis, commentary, whatever of Zheal's new any percent no slots world record. We are about halfway through the run. You know we're more than halfway through the run time wise. But you know the killing of Demon's Gate, right? The defeat of Demon's Gate is kind of the halfway point. We are just a little bit past that with the trip, the tiny Bronco trip around the world up to Bone Village, and it is time to get into what happens in Bone Village. Are you guys ready? Because right away we get into technical stuff, actually. So, and hello YouTube viewers, welcome as well. How's it going? And all right, so yeah, we get technical right away in Bone Village. So yeah, let's get into it. First, we're gonna see a menu. The reason that he's menuing at this particular time, there's a couple reasons. One is that this is like, I believe this is the only time in the entire route where we opt to open the PHS menu. I think that's right. Every single other time in the game where there's a party change, it is a party swap screen that is given to us, and we make our selection. This is the only time where we actually opt to open the PHS menu ourselves. That said, so that is one reason to menu here instead of once we get in, because we want to open the PHS menu, which you need to be on the world map for. And then the other thing that's going to be accomplished on this video, or on this menu, we'll talk about. So first, we see he goes up to PHS. Let me let's get it. The volume we'll mess with. And we get Sid in the party. There's a few reasons to use Sid. One is that we're about to use Sid a lot more. Is the thing. Like, we have to use Sid for a little while, and so just getting him set up on like materia and equipment and stuff is going to be convenient later. And then there's also Rocket Town, where you save a little bit of time having him in the party. So Sid is just a really good choice. He's also just really good. Okay, and then that's all Zheal did here, even though there is more menuing that he could do here. Instead of menuing, he hesitated for a moment and then just ran right in without completing the menu. And he's going to do the rest of the menu later. Why would that be, right? Why would he do that? Here's the reason. He did it because when he first opened his menu here, he saw that he was at 7 seconds on his IGT, or his IGT seconds digit was 7. That means that he only has time to do the PHS menu before he's able to leave on 12. You see, right when it hits 12, he goes. And why would he do this? Here's why. Because first of all, you have to put Sid in your party there. Like that, like there's not really much getting around that. Unless you do it on the way. Could you just do this entire menu theoretically on the way up there? Yes. So never mind that you have to put Sid in. You could do any amount of the menu up there. Right? Well, then Sid wouldn't get as much experience from the fight that we're about to do. No, we do. You can't do it before the world map because we need to switch our materia before we get to the world map again. Okay, yeah. Sorry. So yeah. Anyway, we want to do the menu here because it involves. We want to put Sid in the party right now, and we have to do it now because we need to do the rest of the menu before the next time we hit the world map. And sorry, I'm just waking up, by the way, so that's why maybe I'm taking a little bit extra long here to get past this one detail. But yeah, we have to do the rest of the menu before we get into the world map the next time. And so we don't have another chance to put Sid in the party. So anyway, so he exits the menu at 12 seconds on his IGT and then runs straight up and mashes straight through this dialogue. The thing that's important about this is that when you ask them to dig for the lunar harp, here's what happens in the game code, is the screen fades black, and then we load into the minigame version of this field. This version of the field, the minigame version of it here, guess what it does? It sets your stone value according to your IGT. And so very quickly, because it's a new day, very quickly we will go over what is stone. The RNG system for fields, for when scripts on the field want a random number, the way that it works is they have a RNG table that is every number from 0 to 255, each one represented exactly once, so it's a 256 position long table. It is statically coded, right? So those 256 different numbers are all scrambled up into a random order, but it's not random. It's hard coded into that scrambled order. That's always that. That's always that order. However, what stone does is normally whenever the script wants a random number, what you would expect it to do is just grab the next one, right? It just goes to the next number and gives it to you. It goes to the next number and gives it. Each time that the game wants a random number, it just takes the next one on the list, right? However, what Stone does is it says, instead of giving me the next number, give me this many down of the next number. So if Stone is 17, instead of giving the next number, it gives the 17th next number each time. And I actually have a funny little script here that will illustrate this for you. So I think it is it in here? Is it? Uh-oh. Never mind. Maybe I don't. Oh, here it is. Stone checker. Okay. So by default, when you first start the game, your stone is 1. And so if you were to count 1 up each time, check it out, it just counts up 1 each time, and then when it gets to 255, it rolls over to 0. Yeah? Awesome. There you go. So that's how that works. But what if your stone was 17? What happens then is you still go through, like, every time that it goes over 256, it rolls over. So you see 17 hits 255, rolls over to 16 for the next cycle through. It ends on 254. It rolls over and starts on 15, and it goes through this way. So at 17, it still sees all 256 numbers exactly one time before it rolls back over to 0 and starts over. Starts the whole loop over. It just saw them in a different order, right? It saw them all in a different order. Similarly, stone 49, which is what we're going to be going for, by the way. Whoops, I pressed too many buttons. That's 16, which doesn't work and is not a valid stone. Here we go. So once again, you see every number from 0 to 255 exactly one time, and then it loops back around at 0. So what I'm ultimately getting at is that what each different stone value uniquely does is it makes it so that you see the whole RNG table in a different order. And there are 16 different stone values that you can have, and each one is like this, where it essentially is a different working ordering of the RNG table. So that way, instead of having 16 different RNG tables, if they want there to be different orderings of things, instead they just do this trick to see the same table in a different order, which I think is really clever. So anyway, the thing about this mini game is that first of all, I should say the thing about the stone value is that there are it changes very little. In fact, it really only changes 3 times in the entire run. When you do the squats minigame, it changes to well, first of all, I should say when you start the run, it's going to be 1. When you boot your console, stone is 1. But then when you do the squats minigame, it changes it to 33 for some reason. Then every time you press the elevator button, it changes stone. So in the elevator section, it changes a bunch of times. But if you do stairs, it doesn't change at all, that means, and it stays as 33. And then when you initiate this minigame, stone changes as well, according to the IGT when this field loads in. And then it never changes again in the entire run. That's it. And that's why it was initially named as stone. The thing is, what is it technically? It's your field RNG index incrementer, right? Is like technically the technical term. But when oh my god, Brutal Speed is in chat right now of on Zheal's run. This guy right here, Brutal Speed, is the one who like dissected all of this and figured it out. And I believe he's the one who came up with the name stone. And I think he called it that because it's set in stone once it, like once you, because I think he deconstructed it in order to figure out final descent manipulation, if I'm not mistaken. And as far as final descent manipulation is concerned, you just need to set stone on this field, and then from then on, it is set in stone, and you don't have to worry about it anymore, and that's why he called it that. Okay, so what am I ultimately getting at? Why is all of this important? All of this is important because at the very end of the game, there is going to be the final descent where Cloud jumps down the 13 rocks, and every one of those 13 rocks has a random chance to give you an encounter. Well, there exists on the different stone values give you different orderings of the RNG table, right? Well, stone 49 has a really nice window of the RNG table that has all 0 encounter final descents. Yeah? So we want stone 49 so that we can later manipulate RNG into landing in that window. And so we have to set stone right now because this is our chance to. Once again, how does stone set? Well, it sets as according to your in-game time as this screen loads in. And so the way that we time it is back here when we do this menu. If you exit the menu with your IGT seconds digit on either 12, 28, 44, or 56, those are the numbers that you need to do. 12, 28, 44, 56. If you exit the menu on one of those 4 IGT values for your seconds digit, and you run straight up and you just mash through this dialogue as quick as possible, you will hit stone 49. Assuming that you're also playing on a PlayStation 2 with fast disk speed enabled. So, like, if you're on emulator, you have to do it a little bit differently. Or if you're on a PlayStation 1 system, you have to do it a little differently and that kind of thing. But all right, so then anyway, right here is where the Lunar Harp is, so no need to engage with the minigame too much here. Is that the case for other games? You've come across other games that where the max seed count is 250. Oh, he got lid skip! There are other games that have similar RNG systems, like Doom, for example, is another game that just has every number scrambled into like a random order, but it's hard coded, and the game just asks for one at a time. Okay, so funny thing. So this is lid skip. This is just a dumb little thing that saves like half a second. But this box, it seems like you can interact. This is my assumption of how this trick works, but I'm not sure if this is right. It seems like you can interact with this box before the model loads in, and if you do that, it doesn't play the animation. So and basically the way to do it is just to hold left and run and mash and just hope you get it. And if you happen to mash to where you hit circle on the first frame possible, then it will give you the item without opening the lid, and then you don't have to wait for the animation. So it's just a dumb little thing.
Ooh, let's skip.
Let's skip. All right. Why is no slots more competitive than slots? I mean, I guess the way to answer the question is just that there's a no slots category for a reason. You know, like just in general, I think people theorized that the run would be more fun without slots, and so they made a category with no slots, and then it turned out that yes, it is more fun, and then that's why it became more competitive. Okay, so now he's going to do the rest of his menu here. So first of all, taking off the Fury Ring, very important because we needed the Fury Ring for Demon's Gate, but it gives Cloud Berserk all the time, and we don't want that anymore. So we have to unequip that right now.
What the fuck?
And he puts the Eden Code on Cloud. That's interesting. So that's a little bit different than what I've seen most people do. And now he is getting rid of Deathblow on Cloud in favor of Restore. Taking off cover. Taking off, what are these? Shiva Elemental, right? Ifrit Elemental for Red Dragon. Right. I was thinking Shiva because of Ice Drop, but that's a hundo strat. So yeah, Ifrit Elemental. And then down here, taking off enemy skill and steal off of Katesith using the exchange menu. This is also the one time in the whole run that I use the exchange menu is to get Katesith's materia off. Wouldn't cover be good in Genova Life? I don't think any of her attacks are coverable. And also, you wouldn't need it. Because the only attack at all from Genova Life that is... I mean, maybe you can cover blue light. No, I don't think so. I've never seen it happen. But anyway, also, none of her attacks need to be covered. Like I don't think it would help even if it did work. But also, he might be putting it on the Power Soul so it levels up more. All right, so then he's putting the other E skill onto Cloud. So now Cloud has both E skills on him, right? That's what this is? Yeah. So now Cloud has both E skills on him. Tifa gets Death Blow. Importantly, Tifa gets Death Blow on her linked materia. She also gets Steal. And then, indeed, he's putting cover on Power Soul, so it gets double AP growth. And then Cloud gets the Bahamut materia. And all of the other reds also. Oh, and that's why he put Eden Coat on Cloud. Okay, I get what's happening here. Most people, at this time, they'll be casting Bahamut on the next fight. But if you put Eden Coat on Cloud, that gives him a bonus to his magic. And then if you also load up all of the other red materia, you get one more magic from Rama, one more from Ifrit, one more from Shiva. He's buffing Cloud's magic as much as possible, I'm guessing, so he can cast Rama on the next fight instead of Bahamut, which is a faster animation. We'll see if I'm right about that.
Why is my armor again messed up? I don't understand. No.
Okay. And then here's the fight that it's relevant for. So here's the deal. Oh, wait. No. Surely he's going to do the next fight and not this one. This is probably going to be an escape, right?
While you were splicing?
Oh. No. Okay. Well, we'll get into why I think that. So anyway, these enemies, Bound Fats, they have a special thing where they counterattack with Death Sentence only if you killed them with either a magic attack or a summon. But an enemy skill or a physical attack won't do it, or like a death blow or something like that. So first he's putting a steal out. That has a chance to steal Dazers, which is good for the Rude fight if you get it. I didn't get it though. And then just as I thought, he is casting Rama here. Once again, this is a faster animation than Bahamut, but the thing is, it normally doesn't. It wouldn't do enough damage to one-shot everything if it weren't for. It wouldn't do enough damage to one-shot everything if it weren't for loading up those extra materia and putting on the Eden coat. The reason that I questioned this being the fight that he learns Death Sentence from, though, is just the fact that there's 3 bound fats. And so he has to watch this Death Sentence animation 3 times. Here's what's a little bit nice about it, though, is that it is a preemptive. And so normally when people go into this fight, they have to watch the dance animation from these guys, which is just as long anyway. And so he just has a really consistent fight because of the preemptive. So that's interesting. But okay, so there we've learned Death Sentence on. Oh, and what's important about Death Sentence is that both of our E skills are on Cloud, and so we're learning Death Sentence on both of our E skills.
Some more time safe. No dazer though. Research.
Get the water ring out of that chest. The big thing about water ring is that it makes you absorb water attacks, and we are about to fight Genova Life. And funny thing about Genova Life is she only does water elemental attacks.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that was the step route for CD1. Now we do a menu, and then it's time for Genova Life. And we hope that she's not aqualunging us. And we can save even. Okay.
All right. And so here we're doing Shell Hut Skip. So this is another paralysis dodge where there are 2 events here. One event is a cutscene trigger right here. And then also, chests are a little bit bugged in the game in the sense that you can chests have a very, very high like vertical hitbox. And so you can open this chest from up here. So he's going to open the chest and hit the cutscene trigger at the same time by doing a menu buffer here. The menu buffer is that the movement that he's doing gets him into this specific position, where now if he presses up, right, X, and circle all on the same frame, he will open the chest and hit the cutscene trigger on the same frame. And so the way to hit 4 buttons consistently all at the same time is to open the menu and then exit the menu holding those 4 buttons, buffering them all, and it will fire them all off right here. So here you see, here's a bed, this is the cutscene happening, but also look, the chest is opening. And so now, when he clears this "you received elixir" text box, he's able to move now. Even though he's supposed to be paralyzed, frozen, he's able to move because of the chest, unparalyzing him. So he's running, right now he's running in the dark up behind the beds, because behind the beds is the enemy skill materia, the 3rd enemy skill materia. So now that he's got that, we do a menu. He's tranking in preparation for the Genova fight and just everything after. Tifa's got the Power Soul on, which is very important. Let's talk about the Power Soul very briefly. Why is the Power Soul so good? Well, actually, here we go. Power up when near death. This actually does 2 things. If she is in critical HP, she does double damage, but also if she's under death sentence, she does quad damage. And those 2 things stack together into 8 times damage. And that is why, friends, folks, we just learned Death Sentence on 2 of our E-skill materia. That's why it was so important to learn Death Sentence then and there. Because now the Power Soul is going to be online. So then, Gygas Armlet, it doesn't tell you that it does this, but it gives like 30 strength or something. It gives a ton of strength. And then the Power Soul gives 10 more strength, or Power Wrist, sorry, gives 10 more strength. So we are loading Tifa up on all damage items. Cloud gets the water ring, so he can't die to the next fight. He unequips one of the E skills that has Death Sentence on it, and then gets rid of all these summon materia for a couple reasons. One of which is that raises his HP back up. It gets and then also he can use the summons on other characters now if he needs to, such as Elemental Shiva for stuff that's coming up. Like there, he's put an Elemental on Tifa now in preparation for later. Spoilers: this is going to have Shiva on it for the Schizo fight, and then over here gives Tifa the brand new enemy skill. So this is the E skill that we just picked up that has nothing on it. And then he's giving Sid the E skill that just came off of Cloud and has Death Sentence available. And then now, remember, we were supposed to be in a black screen, but because he's exiting the menu, the game fades the screen in, even though it's supposed to be black. So normally here, the screen fades black, and it gives you the little music cue to tell you that you're resting, and then behind the black screen, the game teleports you over here, and then changes the field to be this field, or like changes the lighting in the field. But we can see it do all that because we have turned the lights on, essentially, from the paralysis dodge menu. Funny thing here, now, after it teleports you, you are able to grab this ladder, which he does right away. Funny thing about this ladder is that now you can see the other two characters load in here. If you haven't grabbed this ladder by the time these two characters load in, you can't grab the ladder anymore, and you're soft locked. Because the characters won't talk to you anymore. They're trying to do a cutscene, but they can't do the cutscene because Cloud isn't in position. And you can't get into position because you're blocked off from it by Sid, and you can't grab the ladder because it becomes disabled, and you're just totally soft locked. Unless you grab this ladder real quick here on this skip. You just gotta grab that ladder right away, and everything's fine. And yo, Dragon, welcome on in. And hello, Stealth. There's no cat around at the moment, but one might show up here.
Why my arm
Yes.
is messed up in this run.
And then these fields aren't hostile, so there's no worry about step route or anything. This comet materia you can grab from down here, similar to the chests. All right. And here we go. We can kind of get past these cutscenes real quick here. Oh, and then here's the Genova fight. Sorry, I got a text message that I was checking. All right. So, the thing about the Genova fight, once again, Cloud has the water ring on, so he can't die. She has a, I believe, 25% chance to open with Aqualung. It might only be a 20% chance. I'm not sure. I think it's a 25% chance to open with Aqualung, which only Cloud usually will survive if that happens. And there's a different fight that you have to do if that happens. But instead, hang on a second. I have to check my messages. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. So, all right. So where are we at here? So I think it's a 25% chance for it to open with Aqualung, but we don't need to worry about that. Here is basically the idea of this fight. So Tifa's got the Power Soul on right now. Ultimately, what our goal is to put her in critical condition, put her in death sentence, and then we want to kill Genova as quickly as possible with her doing 8 times damage. How do we do that? We use death blows. Problem with death blows is that they miss a lot, so we're going to stop them from missing by using Cloud's cross slash. So I probably mentioned way back in like the Demon's Gate fight. Yeah, in the Demon's Gate fight here, one very important thing that happened in this fight is that Cloud's limit bar is relatively high here, and here, this Demon Rush gave Cloud his limit bar. Do dazers also work on Jenova? Yes, they do. As like an emergency backup, if you need to use dazers, you can do that. So Cloud just got his limit bar back here. And so now that's very important for this fight now, where we can use Cross Slash on Jenova to paralyze her, and then all of our death blows will hit. And then lastly, in order to, similarly to the Red Dragon fight, we want to paralyze her and then wait trick, death blow, death blow, death blow, right? Get those 3 death blows for 1 cross slash that you can get in with wait tricking, and that will be enough to kill her. So, but we can only get 3 death blows in if we're hasted, so we also need Big Guard. Okay, so what is the whole fight? It's going to be Big Guard, it's going to be Death Sentence Tifa, it's going to be get Tifa into critical HP, Cross Slash, 3 death blows. Let's see it go, or let's see him do it here.
Hey, that is no aqualung.
So there's our Big Guard, so we're hasted. Death Sentence, so Tifa's on quad damage. Now, he is having Tifa Molotov herself. This is to get her into critical HP. During this animation, he queues up the Cross Slash, which once again, limit breaks get prioritized in the queue. So even though her attack was queued up next, instead, it's going to be Cross Slash. And then, because Cross Slash paralyzes her, that means her attack isn't even going to go off.
YOLO?
Then, okay, he's saying YOLO. Here's why he's saying YOLO. Because this Molotov did 327 damage to Tifa, and it left her with 323 HP, which means that this next Molotov has a chance to kill her, depending on the damage roll. So it's a question of, like, are you willing to roll the dice? Here's the thing, though, is we also have laser, and 323 is less than 50%. 325 is 50% of 650, which means he could switch to casting laser on Tifa instead of throwing a Molotov at her, and that would put her into critical HP, which is what we want. However, laser is a longer animation than Molotov. Molotov is a faster animation, so he is making the decision here to just risk it, to YOLO it, to throw the Molotov, and just pray that the random damage roll does less than 323 damage to her.
YOLO? Clem.
Nope. Okay, this is what I would have done. Switch to laser is what I would have done. Okay, So, my explanation is not this is why he's Molotoving. The explanation is now this is what he was considering. This is what he's sitting here thinking about for a second, and why he said YOLO that was the consideration. But instead, he's switching to laser, which is very wise. That's what I would have did. And now he's doing what we call an advanced wait trick. Okay, this is an advanced wait trick. So he is going to put this laser on Tifa. And then when he does that, it is now Sid's turn, and these characters begin gaining ATB. Now, here's the thing about how ATB works in this game when you're on ATB wait, is if there is nothing in the queue, then time will continue to pass. What does time passing means? It means that the paralysis state on Jenova is decaying, and we want to get our 3 death blows in before the paralysis is up. Now, how long will this ever switch to waiting? It will 1 second after our characters gain their turn. So if there is a turn active and then another character of yours strikes full ATB, the game at maximum battle speed will switch over to ATB wait 1 second later. So the advanced wait trick here is to put in this laser, and then we want to stop time from passing as quickly as possible so that Jenova's paralysis will stop decaying. So right when these strike full, boom, he's going to open a menu. Immediately when they strike full, he opens a menu. But here's the problem, is that he doesn't want to throw an item with Tifa, he wants to do Death Blow. So if he was to exit the menu and menu over to Death Blow, that would bleed time because he's not in a sub-menu anymore. Except for the fact that 1 second after our ATB bars fill up, the game begins holding time for us for the rest of the turn because of ATB wait. So what he's actually doing is he opens the menu for 1 second, and then
That's not YOLO.
and then he's able to exit the menu, right? Exit the menu, and even though he's no longer in a sub-menu, we're still in ATB wait because of that ATB trick. And so then he's able to swap over to Death Blow, target the Death Blow, bring up Cloud's menu, and bring up targeting with Cloud to now hold time into Tifa's turn. So that's how you save the maximum. That's the advanced wait trick where you stop any time from bleeding, even though you're not on the right. Your cursor isn't on the right position with your target character. So there we go. Once again, hasted, critical HP, death sentence, boss is paralyzed. It's time to get our 3 death blows in.
That's not YOLO.
So, death blow 1, boom. And now, just like with Red Dragon before, we can wait trick our other death blows. So the purpose of holding time here is to make sure that we don't allow time to pass if Tifa isn't benefiting from it, right? We only want time to pass if Tifa is gaining ATB because we need to fit 3 death blows into 1 paralysis. So now that her ATB is empty, he releases time using a cloud attack. And then he's able to hold circle to queue up this death blow as quickly as possible, and then open a menu with Sid. So now her next death blow is queued up, and we're holding time once again. Then when her ATB empties out again, he defends, holds circle again for the 3rd death blow, and just like that, 3 death blows out of the 1 cross slash. She is defeated. Perfect fight.
I needed to think about that. Nice. GG's.
All right. So, hopefully that all made sense. You're asking why? Why what? Did I not explain something? Disc 2 time. All right. So, as usual, just heal up the party and go into A to be active. Very normal for the start of Disc 2.
For the snowboarding.
Oh yeah, and sorry I missed like your specific question, Chasm. But yeah, Death Blow always hits a paralyzed enemy. Correct. Alright, so here, Bolt Armlet, Mega Elixir. Down here is the Hypno Crown, which we just don't need for any percent. Why do eBay sellers get weird when you ask for pictures of disc codes? Probably just because they're probably selling a lot of stuff and they think that it's a big pain for like, how much is this game? Like $30 or so? You know, they probably just don't think it's worth the money. Especially because they probably think that it means that they have to go take pictures of the disc so that you don't buy it because it's not going to be right. You know what I mean? Like you're asking them to like verify something that is a barrier from you. I don't know. You know what I mean? But yeah, asking sellers questions on eBay, I think is usually pretty annoying because a lot of the time people don't want to deal with it for a small amount of money. Honestly, I think it's surprising that people sell stuff on eBay at all. Like, the idea for me of like selling something and now I have to like go to the post office to send it to them. I don't know, man. I don't got time in my day for that. I have to spend 15 hours or 20 hours painstakingly, excruciatingly explaining a speedrun. I don't got time to go to the post office. But yeah, as far as getting Sonic discs though, I just looked until there were pictures where you could just see the codes. Sometimes you can just see the codes. Have I seen Steam Machine prices on eBay? I have not. $1,900? Yeah, that is crazy. I thought about getting one because I just love the thing is I just love Valve and I like want to support everything they do. And so I would love to get a Steam machine, but here's the thing is that I love the idea of the Steam machine and basic Radium, I saw you go live yesterday, but when I clicked on your stream, it was kind of fucked. It was kind of turbo fucked. It was like I saw one super grainy, artifacty, 1 second long image of Lara Croft, and then it froze, and then it kept repeating that 1 second. And I was going to bed anyway, so that's as far as I got. Glazing Valve in 2026 is wild, really? I think Valve continues to be the best major player in the video game industry. They've been the best major player for a long time, and they continue to be. But anyway, what I was saying is that I love the idea of a cube-shaped computer that I can run Steam on so much that back in like 2013, right? Back in like 2013, when the original Steam machine failed, I went, boom, look at this cube-shaped case from Corsair. The original Steam machine wasn't even cube-shaped. I am just a big fan of cubes that play games. So I got a cube-shaped Corsair case. That's right. You have that case? Do you have two of them for two different computers? But anyway, and so this is my point: is that I love Valve and I want to support everything that they do, and so I would have loved to get a Steam machine, but I just already have a cube-shaped computer that's more powerful than the Steam machine, and this thing is built to carry around my house. When it's time to stream, I carry this computer down here and I plop it down there. When I'm doing work on my computer desk, I carry it up to my computer desk. When I'm playing games at my TV, I set it down next to the TV and plug it in, right? This is already my portable little box computer that I put everywhere that I want. And so for me, like the use case of the Steam box is just already satisfied by my computer, which has more powerful hardware in it. So that's my only reason for not getting a Steam machine. Oh, and someone asked about the analog sticks from my PlayStation controller. Let's just talk about this real quick. This is the Dr. Masho. So here's the deal: is I wanted to run Turbo on FF7, but I don't like third-party controllers very much. So what I did was I took a Sony brand analog controller, first party, and I removed the analog sticks from it. I desoldered and took off the daughter board that has the analog sticks on it, and I designed my own PCB that fits in place of it. that has turbo, or that where I like made my own turbo implementation, and then these are 3D printed buttons that activate the turbo. So this one is like a regular old Cherry MX key switch from a keyboard, and then this one is like a on-off switch. So this is turbo circle, where you have to hold it, and then this is also turbo circle, but you can just click it on and let it go, and then click it off when you're done, which is great for bathroom breaks. So there you go. There's my turbo controller when I'm running turbo. So that's the deal with that. Okay, anyway, back to the speed run here. Yeah, it's just an FF7 turbo controller. I did make a later design of the PCB. Yes, I mean Leeson. This is what I'm getting at. So there is a later revision of the PCB that has a switch on it that switches between either circle or X turbo. And then there's also a switch which switches it between 15 presses per second or 30 presses per second, which is optimal for either a 30 FPS game or a 60 FPS game. But I'm just using the older model because it's, it's just for Final Fantasy VII. But I did sell some of these to other people, and those ones have the switches on them. And then I haven't. And then I have I had like 10 or 12 people who wanted the controllers after that, and I just have not gotten around to making them because it takes forever to make them. Anyway, here we are on this scene. He's grabbing this power source. This makes the schizo fight a lot more consistent to have this power source. The problem is it uses up steps. So running to the right before running forward takes more steps. But hey, if your step route can handle it, go for it. Have I been to GDQ? Yeah, in 2017, I went to GDQ as a guest, and I actually watched the FF7 run that was there, that Ajneb did. But I was just in the audience for that. And then a little bit later, I've done commentary for 2 of the online GDQs. One of them was for Mario, right? There was a Super Mario Bros. Run that was done by Mars that I did commentary for. Actually, it was 2J. It was Mario 2J, which is the Lost Levels, but the 8-bit version. And then the other one was when Zheal was at GDQ. When Zheal ran this category on GDQ at one of the online ones, I did commentary for that as well. All right, so here, we don't need to talk too much about this because we already talked about this earlier. If you want a more in-depth explanation of this trick, go back to last stream when he's exiting Midgar, and I go into excruciating detail about this trick. But in a nutshell, what he's doing is counting arm swings in order to count frames, and knowing that if he menus within certain frame windows, it will avoid battles. So there he had to do 3 menus.
Bolt, wizard, fire.
Okay, and so what's the reason for all this? Bolt Armlet is because we're going to be learning Magic Breath from the Stilva. So Tifa needs to not die to a lightning attack. Cloud needs to not die to a fire attack, because Magic Breath is lightning and fire, and also ice. And then Wizard Bracelet on Cloud is important to give him a gigantic boost on his magic power. And speaking of a gigantic boost to magic power, we're also equipping Comet onto Cloud.
Where's my...
Tense up and uses both of his power sources on Tifa.
Dude, my armor messed up is so shit. I always have to look where she
All right,
is now.
icicle in, pretty simple. You just grab those two things after the map, and then here we're gonna do a little trick. This is another paralysis dodge. So here's the deal: is every single time that you open a door in this game, it paralyzes you for 1 frame and then unparalyzes you. So anytime where you can open a door and talk to an NPC on the same frame, you can paralysis dodge. So here he's once again using a menu in order to buffer multiple inputs at the same time. And there, what he did was open this door and talk to this girl on the same frame. So then the door unparalyzed him while he's still talking to the girl. So with this text box still up, he can run all the way back here. And then here, he got into a cutscene with this guy. So now he's re-paralyzed by the event back here, at which point now he can clear this text box, which unparalyzes him during this event.
No.
So now he's not paralyzed during the whole Elena thing. And so very similarly to Jesse Skip, what we're doing now is we want to leave this room as soon as the game moment increments enough to where the game considers this cutscene to be complete, essentially. So first we have to stay up here, though, because when you're paralysis dodged, you have to kind of bump into this soldier in order to continue the cutscene a couple of times. Now we're at the point where we can leave, except we have to leave when this text box comes up. As soon as you see this text box, that means that you can leave, and the game thinks you're done with that whole cutscene. Since we're done with that cutscene, that means we can grab the snowboard. And grabbing the snowboard is what we need for the next part of the run. And yo, Ven, is there a date set for the relay? Yeah. Let me find it, because I don't remember what the website is off the top of my head. ffrelay.com/schedule. ffrelay.com/schedule. There we go. Friday, August 21st is when it begins. At least this is my time zone. And it goes through August 24th. And so I am signed up for FF7 no slots on Saturday starting at 7 p.m. for me in Central Time. And yep. So what we're talking about is so this is going to be on the Twitch channel RPG Limit Break, or they're also on YouTube as well. RPG Limit Break, all one word. August 21st, there's going to be a relay race where 3 different teams race through all of these different games one by one. A different runner per game, 3 teams. Which team can get through this whole series first? And yeah. And so I've signed up to be on Final Fantasy VII. We'll see if I actually get picked for it. But there you go. And then here we are. Here's snowboarding.
No.
Oh!
It's also loud.
Okay. So the snowman bump is not good, but just getting in between here instead of going through the middle is very gutsy, right? And like right here as well, going through here is way faster, but very gutsy. Because, you know, the tighter you can hug the corners, the better, naturally. And like this one too. Andy, how's it going? Welcome on in, Andy and friends. We are verifying, analyzing, commentating Zheal's new world record of the most popular, most competitive, most optimized FF7 category. which is any % no slots on PlayStation. So pretty big deal. Luzbel had the record for like 2 years, I want to say. Is it 2 years? Yeah. Almost 2 years. Or no, almost 3 years he's had the record. So one team has the entirety of the series against each other. There's going to be 3 teams, and each team.
Who sent this?
So each game has 3 different runners. You know, one for each team.
Get ready.
Oh yeah, he usually puts on music. Ah, I see. He's got the music playing on a Twitch audio layer that doesn't get saved to the VOD. So there's silly music happening right now for him, but we don't hear it. Which makes sense because it can get, like, a lot of time it's going to get copyright claimed. Why did that slow down like that? Wait a second. Why is the video like this? We'll give it a second for my computer to think about it. Why can't my computer play this portion of this video? Is something else happening? Get rid of Chrome. You never know. Okay, yeah, that time it was fine. Chrome must have been doing something fucky in the background.
Nice. It was just a happy little accident.
Will the teams be random? So I am not involved in the planning of the event, so I can't say anything for certain. But what I think is happening is there's only room for 3 people for each game, right? Because there's 3 teams, and so what that so basically for each game they're probably gonna pick the 3, usually probably the 3 fastest people for each game. And then I think that they are going to organize the people into teams that makes them somewhat balanced. You know what I mean? Like try to puzzle it out so that the like estimation of all 3 teams is going to land in the same spot, right? So if one team has like an on paper faster FF7 runner, then maybe they need a slower FF9 runner or something, you know? In order to try to get them all as balanced as possible. That's what I would do if I was running the event.
That's so good, actually. Ross knew what he was saying.
Excuses again.
Okay. Going this way. By the way, I should mention that the specific route that was taken in snowboarding, not only is it fast, but it spawns you here at this tree, which is good because at this tree you can just run up here this way and then go up and around to the left here, and you get the added cut materia. This materia is extremely important. What you attach it to, the character will follow that action with a regular attack, which is going to be very, very good for the speedrun.
Holy moly.
And what up, Shitstain Rick, also? Sorry, I just wanted to say your name this time. Because I hadn't actually read your name yet.
I might not make it into the cave now.
They should name this part of the game after me now. The snow fields. They're the dash fields now. So this part, you might be wondering. We'll illustrate this real quickly. So on the deal with this part is that all you have to do is go straight north. And if you go straight north, you get to the next part of the game. However, he goes right. He goes right and loads into this field and then immediately leaves this field and then goes north. So why is that? Real quick, let's talk about why that is. So this area is just a big square. And if you exit off of if you exit off the left side, you go to one field. If you exit off the bottom, you go to where we came from. If you exit off the right, you go to another place. And if you exit off the front, you go to the next part of the game. So, or off the top, I mean, off the north. Now, the thing is, you spawn right here. You spawn in like the middle of the spot that you came from. So you spawn in the middle here, and like I'm saying, you could just run forward, right? However, here's the thing, is that you start getting danger, and you get, it becomes very likely that you're going to get an encounter. And because this area is technically world map, by the way. This area is not part of the step route. Rather, this is technically world map. And so you're very likely to get an encounter if you go straight up. Now, here's the thing, though, is if you go right, what happens is you then exit off into this field to the right. And then when you walk back in, you spawn in the middle of right here. Right? Going off that way puts you into this field, and then coming back spawns you in the middle, and from there you go north. And so what this achieves is that going right and then going up is about the same distance as going straight up. It's about the same amount, but when you leave the world map and come back, it resets your danger back to 0, and it resets that 5-second grace period before you get any encounter chances. So really, the first about half of it is not even dangerous, because you've got the 5 seconds of no encounters. Oops, it's the first half. You get like the 5 seconds-ish of no encounter checks, and so you end up with very little time spent with encounter checks. But if you ran straight up, you wouldn't get that, and so there's quite a bit of and so there's quite a bit of not only does this mean that there's more time that you could get into a battle, but it means that the further you spend with time that you could get into a battle, the higher your danger is and the more likely a battle is. So like a battle is really likely in this section, right? If you don't do this trick. So there you go. That is why we do this movement pattern.
But I was not very happy about it. What determines a schizo to be a shiz show? Hey, what?
Now this part, you've got the temperature, you've got your body temperature on display, and if it drops to 26, you get sent back to the cabin. But if you're nice and fast on the first climb here, you don't have to stop and shiver at all.
Please?
Yo, EMC. This run was, I want to say, like 3 or 4 weeks ago.
Comfortably, actually. No problem.
All right. So here's his Stilva. This is where he's learning Magic Breath, and this is pretty lucky that he's getting an immediate Magic Breath. He can do up to 4 actions before Magic Breath, if he starts with a jump attack, that is.
And first try.
And then here's why he buffed up Cloud's magic attack with the Wizard Bracelet. Oh man, the Stilva has 2,000 HP, so he underrolled it by 2.
2 damage, 2?
So now he's got to watch this whole grenade animation just for 2 damage.
No.
But that's not, it's really not bad.
2, 3, 4. No.
Excuses again.
All right. Secret ribbon over there.
It's not an excuse that it's 2 damage short. We can could roll a bit higher. Please. Escape.
That attack there was just to create an animation, which would hopefully delay the Stilva, or would hopefully delay long enough to get an attack before the Stilva's turn, but it didn't work.
Okay, quick escape from this one is super huge. Oh, nice. That's very good.
Yeah. Yeah, quick escape from the bats is nice because they do ultrasound, which is kind of a long animation, and it just does a lot of damage. So he might have to end up healing himself in extra time if he gets ultrasounded. And yo, P-Dubs. So here's the second climbing section. This one you do need to stop and shiver at some point. It's technically faster to shiver earlier rather than later, but most people don't do that. Yeah, it's easiest to shiver right here because this is the final climb, and so you can just get yourself up to either a high 30 or a 31 is what will be safe for you to leave.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
This chest has an elixir in it, but it's kind of out of the way, so if you don't need it, most step routes don't get it.
No, no.
All right, and we are about to get into icicles, which is potentially a very annoying part. Wonder how long it took the artist to draw these rooms? Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of it is 3D modeled, you know? Like, they used 3D modeling software to then, like, to nicely texture it and all that, and then rendered it out into a flat image. I don't think that it's like a painting. Some of it probably is, actually. Some stuff probably is. In fact, I would even say this room kind of does look like a painting. Now that we talked about it, I've never really thought about that before. Yo, Sergeant Dexter. 350. I'm just thinking about, but like these rooms are very clearly, they were made in 3D modeling software, right? And like and like a lot of these interiors and stuff, I think look like they were made in 3D software. But yeah, I've actually never really thought about this, but now that you mention it, this room kind of looks like a painting. And so does this one. Is it faster to run with 2 characters? No, we just don't care that Sid is dead until now. Sid didn't need to be alive until now, so now we're reviving him. And so here we go. Retrank him. Phoenix down. Cure the party.
Wait, I'm spacing. What?
Uh-oh.
What am I? What up? Huh?
Oh, this is a disaster, bro.
Dragon,
This is a disaster.
fire. Ribbon. Dude, what is happening? Gigas, fire.
Damn, dude, that was a minor disaster that just happened. Holy shit. He's got like 20 seconds to save just from that menu.
I pressed R1.
That's he threw the sub 630 right there.
And
All right, so here's the deal with icicles. There's a couple things to talk about with icicles. Firstly, on these fights, you only have to defeat the icicle. You do not have to defeat the bats. If you defeat the bats, you do get more experience and Zheal from them, and AP, but you don't have to defeat them. You only have to defeat the icicle. Other thing about the icicle is that it is weak to gravity. What is gravity elemental? Demi, which we don't have, but laser. Laser is a gravity elemental attack that does 50% of the enemy's current HP in damage, which is why we use it to get into critical HP often. Now, here's the thing though, is if they're weak to gravity, that means it does double damage. Double 50% means it just one-shots them.
happening.
Ah, so he's using a magic breath with Cloud here. This does kill a set of bats, which, what's likely from this is that, oh, remember he didn't grab the Rocket Punch or the Trident in Temple of the Ancients? And I pointed out that that was surprising. Well, the thing is, he's going to get 1,600 Zheal from killing these bats, and then also the experience that you get from killing the bats might make Tifa a higher level for either the diamond weapon fight, maybe the carry armor fight, something like that.
I was on Cloud? Why? How am I on Cloud? And then I press R1 and I'm again on Cloud.
R1?
Did I like hit
Oh,
L1 then
wait.
on accident right after or something? That was really weird. I gotta rewatch that menu.
He's got to rewatch this menu. Hang on. If only his input display was on. Okay, so what's he saying? He goes to Cloud. He presses R1 to page down. R1 page down. Puts in the magic breath. Oh, he's talking about his equip menu back here. He's talking about how did this get fucked up. So he went to equip, put on Force Stealer.
Dude, I'm spacing.
Sid means that he pressed R1, right? Because he's got his party in a different order than I do? Yeah. So R1 to Sid, and then he went back to Cloud and then back to Sid.
What am I doing?
Fire Armlet Ribbon is what we usually put on Sid. So he must be talking about right there. Where he went to equip. And then...
Dude, I'm spacing.
Oh, and then right here. He unequips Fire Ring. And then must have thought that he pressed R1 here. And then that's why he then puts on the Sid equipment. And then presses R1 expecting Tifa.
What am I doing?
Okay. Anyway. Magic Breath. Laser. And there's the laser one-shotting. Because it does double 50%.
Excuses again.
And so also though, the icicles also absorb magic breath because magic breath is fire, ice, and lightning, and the icicle absorbs ice, so it ends up absorbing the whole attack, which is actually good because if the magic breath was to damage the icicle and do an odd number of damage to it, the thing is that this game always rounds down with its damage. So if the game tries to do 50% of the icicle's 50% of the icicle's HP in damage, it will round down if it's an odd if they have an odd number of HP. And then it will double for the weakness, and that would leave the icicle with 1 HP still alive. So it's actually a really good thing that if you're gonna magic breath the bats, or if you're gonna kill the bats, it's a good thing that the icicle absorbs ice. Because that leaves it at 100% HP, still able to get one-shotted by laser.
No. Can you not kill Tifa, please?
Wow, he did not lose very much time on that split for that menu. He only lost 9 seconds on that split, probably just from having better bat RNG.
On this split on icicles, but it's fake. Because it's a different step route than the one I used in my PB.
Oh, and he's saying right now that the step route is different, or it's because of the step route. Because his PB was using the long range step route, and this is the no long range step route. Okay. That's right, bat RNG.
No. No, he kills Cloud. No, it doesn't. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Yes, icicles are weak to gravity attack, and laser deals 50%, so laser deals 100% on icicles. That's how it works.
All right. Almost to the schizo fight here. So what is this menu going to be? Probably a tent. Indeed. So here's a fun trick. Why does he equip Ifrit and then unequip it here? The reason is, what did I just tell you? I told you that laser does 50% of the enemy's HP in damage, however, it always rounds it down. So the primary thing that we actually want laser for is to get characters into critical HP. Critical HP is 25% of their HP or lower. Tifa has an odd number, has an odd amount of HP here. And so what will happen is when we try to cast laser on Tifa 2 times to get her into critical HP so that her power soul does bonus damage, it will round the amount of damage that it does to her down, and 2 lasers will actually leave her with slightly more than 25% HP. So, equipping this materia lowers her max HP by 2% down to 747, and then equipping cover back on re-raises her max HP up to 263. So now she's missing just a tiny notch of HP, which means that now if we laser her twice, even if it rounds the damage down, she's still going to land below 25% HP and be in critical like we want. So that's the reason for that little trick. And then putting her in the front row so she does max damage.
Actually, I have time to fear.
Oh yeah.
All right. So this fight is pretty complicated. As usual, we are starting out with Death Sentence and Big Guard, so that we're hasted, so that Tifa starts doing quad damage. That Ice Breath on Tifa is very annoying, because look at her HP now. So if she doesn't get Ice Breath, we can just laser her twice and she's in critical. But look at her HP now after that annoying ass Ice Breath. Now 1 laser will not put her in critical. 2 lasers is going to put her too low where she can't survive another Ice Breath. So we'll see how he handles this. My guess is he's going to laser her and then attack her, do a regular attack with Sid on her, but we'll see. But it takes a little bit of improv to get past this. Well, it's not really improv because you would practice this. If you practice this boss fight, you will practice this scenario many times. So Hero Drink raises stats by like 30%, which we need on this fight for her to do enough damage to get what we want to get done. And indeed, he's readying up a regular attack with Sid here. But first, he's allowing time to pass because he knows that he's not getting the next attack anyway. And so while it's the enemy's turn, he released time here to just give his party their ATB bars back. And now he's not putting in the attack yet on Tifa, even though he's not putting in the attack yet because he wants to see if she's getting Ice Breathed a second time. Here, we can see she's not getting Ice Breathed, so he puts in the attack on Tifa, queues up Tifa's Death Blow on this guy, and holds time with Cloud. So now that little bit of damage it did indeed, it put her into critical HP just perfectly. And the reason it was that we're worried about it so much is that she has M Barrier from Big Guard, and she has Elemental Shiva on to protect her, to very much protect her from ice attacks. But even so, if she gets Ice Breathed, it's going to do like 170 damage. And so we need her to be at the top of her critical HP to be able to tank 1 Ice Breath if it randomly hits her. And because the boss should, if everything goes right, the boss will get one more ice breath off before the ice head is dead. Now, she also has the fire ring on, so, or not the, yes, she also has the fire ring on, yes. So if the fire head attacks her, it just does 0 damage. All right, death blow missed, but she hit her regular attack, and that is a good amount of damage where she is not going to underroll. She needs to do at least 3,000 in order to do enough damage. The reason she needs to do that much damage is because each head has 18,000 HP. And so if her base attack does 1,500 damage, that means that well, what am I trying to say? What is 1,500 over 4? Oh, that's like 375, right? So if her base attack does like 375, that means that under death sentence, which she always will be, her base attack does 1,500, which means in critical HP she does 3,000, and it means a death blow is going to do 6,000, right? So in order to get to 18,000, what we need to do is a single death blow, which is going to be followed by an added cut, and then we need to do 2 more critical hits, or critical HP regular attacks, which all of this adds up to 1,500, and then, or 15,000, I mean. And so then if we do 2 more regular attacks from a healthy, not critical condition Tifa, this will all add up to 18,000. So basically what this means is a successful death blow plus 2 more attacks, then we heal Tifa and do 2 more attacks, is usually what you see if everything goes right. However, there's a chance that some improv is going to have to happen if it doesn't go right. And one of the improv things that can happen is if one of her critical HP attacks is doing less than 3,000, that means that even if we did all of this properly, she would end up underrolling because her strength was too low. So that's why when this hits and we see, ooh, it's a healthy amount, we probably don't have to worry about her underrolling for one thing. But now, so if we're keeping track, what we've seen is 1 out of 2 regular critical hits, or regular critical HP. Boom! There's our death blow. Death blow has struck, and then there is the added cut. So now we need to do 1 more critical HP Tifa attack. So here you can see he's no longer death blowing. He's swapping over to regular attack, because if he hits a death blow now, he'll kill the head. The head will counter with electric and kill Tifa. And if Tifa dies, she loses her hero drink. All right, so there's the attack from Tifa. The underroll is minor compared to the overrolls, so we're good still. And now, I think he's going to do a new strat here. I think and by new, I don't know how new it actually is, but I've only just started seeing it. The thing is that the heads are about to skip a couple turns, and it can be really difficult to squeeze all of Tifa's turns in on the Firehead after the Ice Head dies. And so one thing that I've seen players doing lately is putting a death blow in on the Firehead before finishing off the Ice Head. Let's see if he does it. That is what he did. So boom, there is a death blow on the Firehead, and it hit. That's very nice. Now, he's going to heal Tifa and go for the death blow on this head. That's what I'm seeing. That makes sense. Because now if the death blow hits, that's going to be the same amount of damage as if he had done that 1 more regular attack in critical HP. Oh, hello. Oh, does she have the hiccups?
Sure does.
She got the hiccups. How are you guys doing? Doing good? Oh, yeah. It is a cute outfit. It's maybe her cutest outfit. The little bees. Sure is cute. We were at one of her checkup appointments at the doctor, and the doctor asked us how often we read to her. And we said, right, how much we read to her, and he said, "Oh, that's good, because when you just talk to your baby, you tend to use all the same words all the time, so they don't get they're not hearing a super extensive vocabulary, and so you should read to them." And what I was thinking immediately when he said that, I was thinking, bullshit. I have a very extensive vocabulary, right? I say all kinds of words to my baby, but because he said it, I started paying attention, and then I realized, oh yeah, all I ever do is just tell her how cute she is. I just say that to her over and over again. Look how cute you are. Are you the cutest baby? And that's pretty much all she ever hears from me. So yeah, I guess the reading is doing good. That's the story. And how's everybody doing? Welcome, welcome. Those of you who are just joining, welcome on in. Oh, also check out this shirt that my wife made for me special. It's a custom shirt, 1 of 1, dude. What would Kiryu do? We are I think 100 hours into Yakuza 0 now, maybe like 95 hours into that. Oh man, it's so good. Well, all right. Hope you guys are having a nice day up there. And then as soon as we're done verifying this run, that's who I'm hanging out with. Okay. Good. I'm glad you have some company. I don't know how well you guys could hear that. You got anything else to say? Got any more words of wisdom for the audience? Or are you just vibing? I think she likes watching chat. She likes movement on TV screens, So if you guys get going on chat, she's going to lock into it probably. Oh, your hand is kind of cold. I can warm it up. She doesn't yet realize she has to live in Minnesota. I know, man. Like, I was talking to my family about it at our what do you call it, 4th of July, where they were all kind of saying, like, or we were all kind of agreeing that, like, yeah, dude, if it weren't for family, we'd all move to Texas or something. Maybe Texas is a little extreme in the other direction, but the only thing keeping us here is all the rest of us, I feel like Florida is too hot and humid, Texas is at least hot and dry, right? A diehard Vikings fan. Gotcha. Man, remember that one? Remember 1998, man, when the Vikings had Randy Moss and Chris Carter and Jake Reed? Jake Reed, not so much. Really, he was just, look, there were 2 really good receivers, and so there had to be a third, right? It's awkward when there's just two guys. You need to act like there's three. So Jake Reed kind of rode on the coattails of Randy Moss and Chris Carter a little bit. But you know, Dante Culpepper, right? And they almost went through. They almost went all the way that year. And let me tell you, Minnesotans rode that high for a decade. I didn't think Culpepper was there yet in '98, though. Yeah. I was gonna say I remember Randy Moss and Chris Carter being the two guys, and then Dante Culpepper was the quarterback later, and then Adrian Peterson was the guy that I always heard about after that, like later. Look, I'm not even a football guy. I just live in Minnesota, okay? So I heard about Adrian Peterson, right? That was his name, right? The running back? Running back? I think that's what they're called. And that's about it. Oh yeah, dude, didn't Brett Favre quarterback for the Vikings for a while also? Which is funny because like the thing about the Vikings in Minnesota is that we're bitter rivals with Wisconsin and the Green Bay Packers. And the Green Bay Packers' most famous quarterback was Brett Favre. And then, but after Brett Favre retired, he came out of retirement and played for the Vikings for like a year. So that's funny. I remember that happening. Well. Oh, she's grunting. She might be pooping right now.
Good. We'll check on that.
It's pretty funny, this baby. Where she'll get a little red in the face and just go, and then just blast farts. It's pretty great. All right. You too. Bye. All right. Anyway. Here, why don't we just polish this off here? And what were we doing here? Last thing to happen in the run. Went for the death blow on this head because that would be the other critical HP attack that we're going for, but it missed, and then the added cut hit. He throws a grenade on Tifa here. Why? The reason he throws a grenade on Tifa is when this head dies, it is going to do an electrical attack on the party. And if her HP, basically when we get her down to 175-ish, this is an amount of HP where she can tank one ice breath. If she does tank the ice breath, and then you high potion her, and then she gets hit by the death counter, she'll go back into critical. But if she doesn't tank the ice breath, because it just never hit her, then you need to grenade her instead to get her back into critical HP from the death counter. There it is.
Damn, good fight.
So with that done, we see this attack puts her back into critical HP. Her added cut now goes off and hits this guy, who's already been deathblowed once. So now either a death blow or two more regular attacks will kill. So he's doing an advanced weight trick here. In order to keep him waiting. And there it is. Yeah, great fight. I gotta learn to do the schizo fight this way, where you pre-jack a firehead death blow, because that's really good. All right. You and your Minnesota family are in Florida right now playing with the baby? Nice, nice.
This is
I've been to Florida one time. Oh, yeah, Tifa dying on that fight is expected. The thing is, it's just not feasible to keep her alive and go fast at the same time. She just has to take one for the team there. And yeah, I've been to Florida once when I was a kid. You know, we had the standard Disney World trip when I was a kid one time. But other than that, I've never been to Texas. In fact, states like I've been to Wisconsin, I've been to Iowa. And then for work, I've been to a few places like California, West Virginia. Which state is Raleigh in? No, that's North Carolina, I think. Not West Virginia, North Carolina.
All right.
And then what about N8, New Hampshire or New York? I have been to New York. Yes, I was in Boston. Wait, that's Massachusetts. Was it Boston?
Okay.
I think I was in Boston for work. And I've been to New York once also.
How was the strat again? How big card?
Okay. Anyway, back here real quick. We got to look at this menu. And yeah, California. I was in San Jose for work one time, and then I was in San Jose and San Diego for TwitchCon. But yeah, there we go. All right, here, curing up Cloud, and then we need our party members back alive for the next boss fight. So there you go. Tifa doesn't need to get tranked here because the only fight we're gonna fight is Genova Death, who only does fire elemental attacks, and she has the fire ring on, so she's in no danger of dying. Then he arranges his inventory by type. I'm so glad that other runners are getting into this habit. This is I feel like he didn't do this before, but maybe he did do this before. But anyway, arranging your inventory at this point in the run is a dashism, or it's, because it gets your inventory all nice for the shop that's coming up. Okay.
Okay. How was the strat again? How big card?
So he's talking to himself about what the strat is because this next part, the strat to use here is kind of new. This is kind of a new tech that was another Kuma development or Kuma optimization is to big guard with Tifa on this fight. So here he big guards with Tifa. He's holding the death sentence, and then here's the trick. This is the new trick. He's going to advanced weight trick a regular attack with Tifa before putting in the cross slash, and that will that'll make it so that we can have ATB be empty, which will allow us to get 4 death blows in. Except she opened with silence, which means it's free anyway. But if she doesn't open with silence, you can still get the fast fight with this strat. But there he re-holds. So this is classic advanced weight trick. Hold time right when this a character strikes full ATB, even though we don't actually want something in this menu, we're just trying to hold time until ATB wait activates its animation hold, at which point, now, we can exit this menu and go into Tifa's menu, where normally right now time would be bleeding, but the animation is holding time because Tifa struck full ATB over a second ago. So that allows us to queue up this death blow. Oh, hang on, there we go. To queue up this death blow, or regular attack. Why did he queue up a regular attack? Oh, no, yeah, it's a regular attack here because he hasn't cross-slashed yet. That's exactly what I said earlier. It allows him to queue up this regular attack and then hold time again. Okay, I missed him going back to cross-slash there and I got worried. So now he can put in the cross-slash. The thing is, if he was to queue up this cross-slash right now, it would freeze Tifa's ATB at empty during the cross-slash animation, but because he waits until right now we can see Tifa's ATB as empty, the boss does not have her turn back yet, now there is nothing in the queue, and in that circumstance, that means that when you put in a limit break, it still allows time to flow during the limit break, but the paralysis on the boss doesn't begin counting down until after the turn is over. So this is a totally free ATB bar for our team, which he can use to queue up a death blow, and then hold time with Sid. Did I work for Cisco? I worked. It wasn't for Cisco, but I do network engineering with Cisco stuff. Oh, so it was just a company that was opening up an office, not in Raleigh. That was just where the airport was. The place that I actually stayed was, I feel like it started with an M. Did it start with an M? I don't remember. It was nearby, but not quite there. All right, and now he can just wait trick 4 death blows. I just remember at the naming convention that we used for network devices had 3 letters that referred to the city that it was in, and I remember that those 3 letters was MOR. So whatever is nearby Raleigh, North Carolina, and the city starts with MOR, it was probably there.
Kuma's always complaining when she silences. Because the strat Kuma came up with is that you advance 80.
All right, and now we have Morrisville. That was probably it. That sounds right. I don't know, actually. Does that sound right? Anyway, it's not really all that important. All right, and now, yeah, we've got a lot to fast forward through here because this is all just cutscenes. And it's funny what he was just talking about, where it used to be that when Genova Death opened with silence. The thing is, when she opens with silence, she skips her next turn, and so that would always give us a free opener where we could get the 4 death blows in on a single paralysis, and get the quick kill easily. However, Kuma came up with a strat where you can get the 4 death blow quick kill without her doing silence. So now, instead of silence being the good opener, now silence is kind of the bad opener because she might silence Tifa. And if she silences Tifa, it fucks the strat up. A little bit. Like, it fucks it up a little bit. And just makes it more annoying to pull off. But, you know, you can still handle it. It's just funny that, like, now it's kind of better for her to not do silence. And yo, bacon pancakes. The one thing that I remember about North Carolina is that at the fast food restaurants they served hush puppies. Like, as like a basic side, you always got hush puppies with stuff. That's not a thing in Minnesota. There were some other little things, like I went to Brazil. Actually, was Colombia like this? I went to both Brazil and Colombia. And one thing that was interesting there, I think it was in Colombia, when we got fried chicken, right? There was a place that was very similar to KFC called Frisbee. And when you got fried chicken there, they served it with a plastic glove. Like a plastic glove to put on your hand to hold the chicken with without greasing up your hands. I thought that was interesting. Just like regular old fast food place. They just like you get a napkin on your tray in the US, you got a plastic glove on your tray.
The learning process. There is definitely a lot of people who are like there's this typical concept of someone saying that that girl has really good genes, right? She's always slim, she's always good looking. That's just like good genes, which is basically like talent, right?
Oh. Uh-oh, I didn't leave Paint open, did I? No, I didn't leave Paint open? But my PC is doing the fucked up thing again? Is it because of Notepad? Because Notepad has Copilot also, right? I feel like I leave Notepad up more often, though. I don't know why my PC has been doing this lately. But the Steam OS looking pretty good right about now. Linux looking good. It sure does. My suspicion is Copilot. But yeah, like every once in a while my PC just completely shits the bed. And it runs at 1 frame per 2 seconds until I restart it. Still haven't murdered Copilot? Maybe we can do it live on stream. How easy is it to do? Because I think I have heard about it being like a pretty easy process in like PowerShell or something. Shut up, win. O. Shut up. Okay, I'll have to you know, I'll actually look into doing that. But we do draw ever closer to the day where Dash Retro finally installs Linux and becomes a Linux bro. I feel like it's basically inevitable at this point that I become a Linux bro. All right. Cause yeah, I'm pretty tired of my entire computer just tanking if I have fucking Notepad open. But here we go. All right, we're back. Do we not have sound now? Why don't we have sound now? Hello? Sometimes my PC does this also, where it just won't give me sound for a minute. This I blame my motherboard, not Windows. I don't know how we troubleshoot this. Fucking... Okay. Hang on a second. Alright, fine, we'll just shut down. We'll just do a full shutdown. Oh, brother! Give me a second here. Side panel? Oh, yeah, I am a side taskbar Andy. Which is another thing that pisses me off about Windows 11, is that Windows 11 removed support for a side taskbar, and so I had to purchase. I mean, I don't care that I had to purchase it because I like to support things that I like, but I had to get a separate program called Start All Back. There's a program called Start All Back that allows you to get a vertical taskbar again. And it was like, I think the program was like $5 for 3 computers or something, which is perfect because I have 3 computers to put it on. Ah, there we go. We have sound back. Okay, are we ready? We're back.
No. Keep saying that. No, I've heard the name before, but
The side panel is the most complained about Linux thing. I do already love side taskbar.
No.
Because the thing is, sometimes I have a lot of shit open. And if I have a lot of shit open, I don't want it to all cram horizontally side by side down here. I want it to stack nicely over here, you know?
No.
Okay, not too much to say about really any of what's happening here, so let's just keep the fast forward going. If we're fast forwarding, we'll turn down the volume a little bit. Here, oh yeah, we should talk about it's faster to just lose the slap fight as quickly as possible. So that's why usually runners won't even try to win that fight unless they're going for swag. And all right, we're still just plowing through. Still just plowing through cutscenes. We'll get back to gameplay pretty soon here. But yeah, this part is always kind of boring.
Good looks.
All right, here we go. Red and Kate in the party. I think because they have the least dialogue on the next part. Because the next part, we're just going straight down to Mideel. And they have the least dialogue in the cutscenes here. But first, we got to knock on this door. The reason to knock on this door is that it allows you to pick up the beat-up useless old key. And then when you use the key here and tell the truth about having tried the key, you are rewarded with the curse ring. So the curse ring is very important. It gives you a massive bonus to your stats at the detriment of you always being under death sentence. But with the Power Soul, being under death sentence is a good thing and saves us time. All right, here, just selling everything that we don't need in order to get a bunch of money. What do we do with the money? We're buying 6 HP pluses and a destruct. The 6 HP pluses is for us to be able to survive some upcoming battles, and the destruct materia is specifically for One-Winged Angel, Safer Sephiroth. Because he's going to cast... Safer Sephiroth begins the fight casting Wall, and we need to de-barrier him. So, that's what that destruct materia is for. And that's why all of our money routing so far has been important. I talked about fixing money earlier in the game at that one shop that we were in. And notice, after he buys everything here, he is down to 4274 money, right? Dollars. And this is important because how this works is, next we have to do Fort Condor. In order to do Fort Condor, we need to have at least 4,000 dollary dues. But in order to do Fort Condor as quickly as possible, we need to have less than 4,400. And as you can see, after doing his shopping, he was right in that window. So, way earlier in the Rocket Town shop, after Materia Keeper, is why he bought that extra high potion. Remember when I pointed that out? It was all to land right there in on the route. All right. So here, still Red and Kate. Just because Barrett is just very underpowered at this point. And all right, let's see this menu. So Wizard Bracelet firing for Sid. That Wizard Bracelet, as always, is a big boost of magic power. And then firing to make him immune to fire attacks.
What am I fucking...
Oh, wait, you don't want that yet, though. He actually wants... Well, okay, so he's using Ribbon. No, I wouldn't think so. I would expect Curse Ring on Sid, which is what he's doing.
Oh my god.
But now... Yeah. Things are a little messed up. But okay, so then he's putting on Restore. He's putting Comet attached to MP Turbo. Right? Yes, Comet is attached to MP Turbo. He switched E-skills to the small E-skill on Sid. The big E-skills on the other characters. Also gave him what here? Deathblow added cut on Sid. Interesting. That's probably so he can use the exchange material later to put it on Tifa. And that's also why he put the elemental attached to nothing there. Well, that's going to be for later also. That's for HP plus to go to probably, right? Yeah. So HP plus, first of all, he's putting Bahamut on. And then HP plus attached to elemental. What this does is it gives you protection from hidden element or like the ninth element or whatever. Which will protect him from Ultima Beam, from Ultimate Weapon. And then, yeah, Wall, it gives both Barrier and M Barrier. Barrier is 50% physical, M Barrier is 50% magic. And yo, maybe. Explaining stuff to your mom? Yeah, dude, I remember... Dude, one time in particular, I remember... I remember taking a walk with my parents where like they were walking and I was biking or something, and we were just taking a walk, right? And I remember spending the entire walk like thoroughly explaining to my parents the pros and cons of disc-based video game consoles versus cartridge-based. Because we had a PlayStation, right? And we didn't have an N64, and I was just like deliberating, just like the differences.
Nice. Wait, what did it? No, what did I do? No, what?
Oh, Magic Breath his own party. Oh no.
That menu.
The fastest thing to do there is just to die in that fight, so Magic Breathing your own party is the quickest thing.
Excuses again.
But yeah, well, it wasn't much of a debate. I don't think they gave a shit. All right, so he's got his party tented up and ready for the next section. Oh, he is on ATB weight right now. That's really dangerous. Oh, dude, I think it's very dangerous to stay on ATB weight for this
I
part.
have to go ATB wait again on the train. I feel like he's escaped. Like this is a side effect anyway. It's actually only that one fight, but that one fight still sucks so much.
Oh, but then he gets a side attack. Okay, so you don't need to go to active for that one. So here, it looks like he stopped in a very specific spot, in a very particular spot. He stopped right here and then forced an encounter. The reason for that is that this fight happens on a certain step ID, right? And that step ID is a certain number of step IDs back from a preemptive. And so, how many step IDs is it back from the preemptive? The amount of space of starting from right here, I'm guessing, is what he's doing. Oh, okay, so it also allows him to walk off. So it looks like, yeah. So that spot, forcing that encounter right there, allows him to walk off the screen instead of counting his steps. And then I'm guessing this is going to be a preemptive now. Yes, this run does get spiderweb. Is Twitch playing ads for you guys every 2 minutes? It just feels like 2 minutes because the content's so good, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, this is a preemptive. So this fight isn't normally preemptive, but if you happen to have struck a preemptive step ID just before starting this fight, just like the Apps boss fight, just like Genova Birth, it will do this fight preemptive. And so there you go. Nasty long ad streak. That's too. I feel compelled. 10 ads in the last 30 minutes or so. I feel compelled to apologize, but like it's not my fault. I don't know what the hell Twitch is doing. But yeah, I apologize if shit sucks.
So I actually have 3 more Molotovs, right? I could double Molotov.
But according to what Twitch is telling me, there shouldn't be another ad for 27 minutes. That's what YouTube Premium is for? Yeah, I use YouTube Premium and I use Twitch Turbo because I watch so much Twitch and YouTube that that I just have both of those things, so I never see an ad on either site. And then I don't really watch TV shows, right? So like I don't have so we should talk about this a second. But like I don't have Netflix, I don't have Hulu, you know, because I just don't watch them. So here's the Wizard Bracelet plus Curse Ring on Sid is boosting his magic a ton. And remember, MP Comet is attached to MP Turbo, which makes it cost more MP but do more damage. So he is able to one-shot this fight 3,000 damage with just that Comet.
Perfect.
Then over here, we've got 2 gas ductors. And the thing about these guys is they are able to silence you. And so we need to magic breath them on this fight. And we magic breath them with, usually, we'll see who he does it with. Looks like it's going to be Kate Sith. Yeah. So he's magic breathing with Kate Sith, and that's why Kate Sith has the ribbon equipped, is so he can't be silenced on this fight where it's extra dangerous because there's 2 silencers. Bum. Spicy wiener? Christ. I thought by this time in my life, I'd be the one making the crank calls. Anyway, I would say if you... First of all, thank you for that gift sub. But then also, if... I have heard just one thing. If you use an ad blocker, I have heard that... that Twitch can freak out with ad blockers and just give ads over and over. But I'm not sure if that's like, even if you have it disabled for the site or something. I don't know though. Maybe that's old info. Maybe I'm just making that up. Jerky Boys? No. That's from Futurama. Icy Wiener was in Futurama. I know about the Jerky Boys though, kind of. Like I've heard a couple Jerky Boys things. Should I get my fucking tools? I remember that one. All right. Here he's going for the laser comet. And then you finish him off with Molotovs. I thought that Zheal was part of the triple laser gang. But maybe he's only in the triple laser gang if he gets an early laser.
So far, so good. Pretty good train so far.
And here, this guy's weak to lightning, so just laser magic breath takes care of him.
Ryan's going pretty well so far. We should save some time here on train, maybe?
Oh, damn. Red getting put to sleep there was pretty unlucky. Yeah, enemy skill is insane. Okay, here we have another paralysis dodge. So here he's going to run straight down until he bonks. Because here's the deal, there's a cutscene trigger right here, and there's a lady to talk to right here. What does an NPC you can talk to next to a cutscene trigger always mean? It means he's going to get into position.
Dude, move, please.
Boom, that's position. Now, if he exits the menu holding up, left, and circle, he will hit the cutscene trigger and talk to the woman on the same frame. And now, as usual, that means that both things have frozen him. So now he's paralyzed by the cutscene and paralyzed by talking to the woman. But when he clears this text box, now he's unparalyzed and he can move, and he can leave this. He can just leave the room and come back, and then the cutscene's cleared. So that saves like a minute. All right, and now we once again get to do quite a bit of fast forwarding here. Well, actually, I am curious to see how he handles the ultimate weapon fight. So ultimate weapon always starts with Quake, which if you want to be safe, you cure. Okay, he's doing the safety, the very safe cure, because then the physical attack on Sid. And then here is the effect of elemental attached to HP plus. You see, it's only doing half damage to Sid. So he survives, and that's all you need to do. And yeah, this is no slots. Yeah, Ultimate Beam or Ultima Beam cannot crit. His physical attack can though. That physical attack that he hit Sid with could have crit. And that's why curing Sid is like the safety strat after Quake. Is because if he does Quake and then he crits Sid, it'll kill him. All right. And then here is the life stream sequence. We have quite a bit of cutscenes to fast forward through now, so the rest of the run actually is going to go pretty quickly because we have a lot of cutscenes to fast forward through. Yo, acidic. Does anyone do slots runs? Not really anymore. Before, the only reason to do slots was that it was the fastest, right? However, now the fastest thing to do is disc 1 skip, which you can't even do slots with disc 1 skip. So any percent has become disc 1 skip, ocean fly, rebirth skip, whatever you want to call it. And then no slots is still around just because people love this run so much that it's still just the like kind of flagship category of the game. Even though it means we had to ban disc 1 skip in order to keep it. Not that disc 1 skip is globally banned. I'm saying we had to keep a category where you can't do it, you know? But you still can't do slots so that we can keep this particular rule set. Was Tifa actually Sephiroth all along and Zack is Cloud's father? Yeah, something like that. Lots of new runners running PC, no slots. I have seen that. Yeah. Basics, Barrel Roll Fox. Off the top of my head, I know those two. All right. We are through live stream.
What causes the zombie transformations in the Resident Evil games?
The T-Virus? Are we doing trivia here? Oh, okay. That was the answer? Okay, I didn't know what to expect from the difficulty
first, I think. Nice.
value. G-Virus, that was in Resident Evil 2, Rain.
Trivia. We're going down to carry armor.
Let the record show I got it before chat did.
Whoa.
I'm very interested in the fact that Zheal just did a trivia question, and here's why. All right? I'm going to tell you guys something that's on the down low, okay? You can don't tell anyone about this, but I've been floating an idea around in my head. I used to do trivia with my chat, right? I would prepare trivia questions ahead of time, and it was a channel point reward to do trivia. And that was something I used to do on the channel, but it was too big of a pain in the ass to keep doing. But I've been thinking, I love trivia. I love doing trivia. I love hosting trivia. And so I was actually thinking, I wonder if I have a few streaming friends like Zheal that I could invite to do a special collaborative stream at some point where I prepare a ton of trivia questions, not a ton, but a decent amount of trivia questions, and then I get a few of my streaming friends. I would invite Zheal to be contestants and just do trivia for fun. Maybe for charity, right? Maybe I put up like a donation incentive, right? That is like a charity pot, and then each of the streamer friends chooses a charity that it would go to if they win, or something like that. This is just an idea I started bouncing around. And now him doing random trivia for his chat, I think kind of solidifies the idea that like maybe he'd be interested if I offered him that to be a contestant, right? All right. So, so here we have another world map menu. This world map menu is because he's using. Oh, he's not using a tent, so he could do this a little bit later. But anyway, Cloud now gets the ribbon. Sid moves to the fire ring. Tifa gets the curse ring, and now we have the ultimate build on Tifa. Power Soul, Gygas Armlet for extra strength, Curse Ring for not only extra strength, but always under death sentence. This is Power Gygas Curse is the Tifa build for maximum damage. Then, just like I said, remember when he put added cut death blow on Sid earlier? And I said that that is probably because he's going to use the exchange menu later. Here it is. He just exchanged Sid's arm up to Tifa. And then let's slow down a little bit and take a look at what else is happening here. Restore on Cloud. Plus an HP plus, I'm guessing that was? Yes. Cover on Cloud. Another HP plus. Another HP plus. So 3 HP pluses on Cloud. Tifa gets 1, 2. This is also HP plus. So Tifa also has 3 HP pluses. And then he's putting Elemental on Power Soul here, not attached to anything, because the Power Soul doesn't have any linked slots. Why would he be putting Elemental here? Because the Power Soul has double AP growth, and we don't really need Elemental right now, but we need it later. And when we need it later, we want it to be leveled up. So he's putting it on here right now so that it gets its 9,000 AP for later.
Hey, at least one menu that was good. Let's go.
And all right. And Kiox, have a good one.
Except the island menu. The island part was not.
And here we can go kind of quick, just a little cutscene here. All right, so let's see these fights happen. Magic Breath is kind of the safe way through the fights. Death Blow added cut, if the Death Blow hits, is a tiny bit faster, but the Death Blow has a chance to miss. If it does miss, you can wait trick another attack if the enemy got an attack. But the Magic Breath is likely to get in front of the enemy attacks. Like right there, they didn't get any turns. So Magic Breath was definitely the right call there.
Counter skip. Hopefully it works.
Oh!
Nice. Counter skip.
Successful battle skip there is really cool. That's pretty tricky since there was a non-hostile field between his last encounter and that one.
Wow, you guys getting all blasted. What are you guys doing? I don't know if you're taking it off of me right now. Or if this is a bad foreshadowing.
Chance of a guaranteed game over from carry armor. It is in the realm of 1/12, but it's a little bit lower than that. The reason 1/12 is a number is because what has to happen is he needs to open the fight with a Lapis Laser sneak attack, which has a 1/3 chance to happen, and then his body piece needs to immediately Lapis Laser you, which has a 1/4 chance to happen. However, the reason it's not quite 1/12 is because you have a chance to get ATB before the body does, you know? Like, it's not guaranteed that the body gets its turn before you. Am I still into SGDQ? I haven't watched GDQ for years now. In fact, I don't really watch very many marathon things really at all.
Nice. Very lucky. Okay. Carry armor, huh?
Are you just screwed if it grabs Tifa? It's very annoying if it grabs Tifa. What you have to do is attack it until it kills her, then revive her. So yeah, it's arm grab is very bad. Here's the thing you can do against arm grab though, is one thing you'll see him do is as early on as possible in the fight, he's gonna do probably magic breath, but what's important is that he does some attack that hits all three parts. Because whenever you attack the arms, they have a counter script that it recalibrates their chance to do arm grab. At the start of the fight, I think they have like a 1 in 16 chance or something each turn to do arm grab. But if you strike them one time, or if you hit them and they have more than 75% of their HP remaining, they will recalibrate into having like only a 1 in 128 chance or something like that of doing arm grab.
Yo, yo.
But yeah, they can still they still have that higher chance to open with it. Let me double check those numbers really quick. Here's how you double check those numbers. FF7 carry armor. And you go AI script. And you can see, oh wait, we don't want to be carry armor, we want to be the arm. Where's the formation? Formations? Right arm, left arm? I want the arm. Okay, fine. We just have to say carry armor left arm. FF7. Okay, here we go. Left arm. AI script. Yeah. So they start out with a 1 in 16 chance to do arm grab. Special chance is set to 16 in their setup script. And then arm grab. The arm grab script happens if you hit 1 out of special chance. But when you hit them, they have a counter. And if their HP... yeah. If their HP is more than 75. Okay, I was right. I was right on both numbers. It starts at 1 in 16, and it changes to 1 in 128 if they have more than 75% of their HP. If you go under 75%, it becomes 32. Under 50%, it becomes 1 in 8. Under 25% HP, they start doing it half the time. But we're not going to hit the arms anymore. We hit the arms one time, and then we just wail on the body. All right, so here we go. Here's the sneak attack. The 1/3 sneak attack, Lapis Laser.
Well, there is one.
If he only Lapises once, it's actually a good thing. Because it puts Tifa straight into critical HP, so she can just death blow right away. So we can probably see him respond with it right here. He sees Lapis Laser, he goes big guard,
Well, there is one.
he goes death blow, and then hold time with Cloud. And so this is what I'm talking about, is there's a chance that it's revving up a Lapis Laser right now, but we got our turn before the body got its turn. Oh yeah, and here's him readying his magic breath now.
Alright.
So here's the magic breath to lower the odds of arm grab. Tifa's got her next X potion lined up. Or death blow, I mean.
Okay.
And then he's lining up an X potion because Cloud has cover on him.
Okay.
Nice. Wow, insanely good fight. Single Lapis, 2 death blow hits, insanely good fight. Or 2 out of 3 death blow hits. That's the kind of stuff records are made of.
No balm gifted, but he wants up to
All right. If you hit both arms and their HPs are still above 75%, special chance goes to 128. That is correct. And because what happens is the game rolls a random number from 1 to special chance and then asks if the random roll is 1. So that means a higher special chance means a lower chance that they actually do the special. Sort of counterintuitively. All right. We are at the part of the run where we can kind of just go really fast, you know? Where there's not a ton to talk about anymore. Diagonal movement with the submarine is a little bit faster. There's one little trick here that I found. I don't know how many other people found this trick besides me, but if you jam your submarine into this corner here, just like that, like he was jamming up in there, it makes you spawn like half or part way into the cavern here, which is nice. All right, Rocket Town time. This is still just magic breaths and yeah, it looks like mostly just magic breaths. Oh, but here following up with the Tifa attack. All right. Here's the part where Sid forces himself into the party if he's not already in the party, so that's just one of the many reasons to use Sid. And now we've got our Rude fight. This is where Dazers would be good if we had them, because we could Dazer him and guarantee the death blow, but all we need to do is hit Rude with 1 death blow. Here, he's playing really smartly. Here, he sees that the enemy gets their first turn, like after Tifa, with Tifa a little bit slower. So he waits for Tifa to get her ATB bar and then opens his menu to hold time. And then he waits a little ways into this turn, meaning now ATB wait is holding time for him, meaning now he can swap over to Tifa and queue up the death blow without giving the other guys any ATB. Because any ATB that they have is a chance that they cast sleep on Tifa, which completely fucks you. Luckily, they just barely let Tifa live, and he got the death blow. So that was a good Rude fight. Rude can just decide to make you lose a minute. You know, it can be very bad. But all right. Now we've just got more to fast forward through, and there's not there's not too much left. This it's funny, live stream is sort of known as like the big long cutscene, but really the second half of this run, or yeah, like the last third of the run, I should say, is very heavily loaded on cutscenes. Okay, here we go. Do you guys remember back in Bone Village at the start of today's stream? Do you guys remember me talking about stone and setting stone, and how setting stone gives us an ordering of the RNG table that has a big window of 0 final descent, 0 encounter final descent manips, that is about to come into play now. So 2 hours later in the run, that is about to pay off. So since stone was set to 49 back at Bone Village, in fact, I'm gonna show it real quick so you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. Okay, right here, he put Sid in the party. Stone Man. So right here, he waits until either you can do 12, 28, 44, or 56 on your IGT. Right here, you see right when he hits 12, he exits the menu, he runs up, and he talks to this guy as quickly as possible. Why? Because when the screen fades out here, and then right here, when this field loads in, according to your current in-game time, the game sets your stone value. And so, what is the stone value? The stone value is a certain, essentially, ordering of the RNG table. If you do 12, 28, 44, or 56, and then you do that movement, you will get a stone value of 49. The nice thing about 49 is it has a nice big window in the RNG table where once we reach the final descent, we can get 0 encounters in our final descent. There's a big window of RNG that allows that to happen. Okay, here it is. And so now, here's the thing, stone doesn't change again for the whole rest of the run. And now is when we begin actually manipulating to get that 0 encounter final descent manip. Or final descent. So here's how it works. The weather vane is what happens now. So here's the weather vane. And here's how the weather vane works. I mean, I can just show you guys. You guys can see. Maybe? Yes. There's this little program called Mako Reactor. Where you can actually look at the different scripts in the game. You can look at the game's different field scripts. And if we find Cosmo Canyon here, here it is. So here's the field that we're on, right? And here is the weather vane field model. It's called Cook. I'm guessing because they meant to have it be called Cock. But anyway, it does something very funny. Set random value to variable 510. So when the game wants a random value, what that means is that it takes your current position on the RNG table and advances it by stone. So this means it advances it 49 positions. Then it returns the random number that's in that new position of the RNG table. What does this script do? It asks if the number is 0, it asks if it's 1, it asks if it's 2, and it asks if it's 3. And if it was none of those, and so it doesn't do any of these scripts, then it goes back to label 1, which is right here, where it grabs another random value. This is very funny, because this means, like, normally what you would do is, like, if you were programming this, is you would say, like, let's say the random number that we got was 147, right? We got 147 as our random number because it's a number from 0 to 255. What you would normally do is you would go modulo 4 on it. Yes, exactly. And that would give you, oh, so that's 3, so you would get this script, right? But they didn't do that here. Instead, it just asks if it's 1, or if it's 0, 1, 2, or 3, and if it's none of them, then it goes back to this label, and then it asks for another random number. And And the thing about the scripting engine in this game is I believe when it does a go-to label 1, it also waits until the next frame, right? It also waits until the next frame. So what ultimately happens on this script is that every single frame, the game asks for a new random number, advancing your position on the RNG table until it hits one of the positions on the RNG table that is one of these 4 numbers. And so that means that by observing what the weather vane does, we know that we are in one of 4 RNG positions on the table. And so the manipulation for Final Descent has been designed such that we start our manipulation at one of those positions because we can line up to it right here. So what are the outcomes of these 4 positions? What the random number does, what the script actually does, is it decides how long to wait until it plays its jiggle animation. And an easy visual cue that we can use to measure how long it's waiting is the satellite spinning here. The satellite spinning is just a static animation of just it spinning, right? So here's what happens, is after the weather vane is done wiggling, which is... right now, it's just done wiggling. So it is now grabbing a random number, and it's going to wait either... it's going to get one of 4 random numbers, and it's going to either wait about 1 spin, that's the second option, about 2.5 spins, or about 4 spins. And we are trying to line up with the 4 spin pattern. So generally what you can do is you can wait until you see 3 spins of the satellite without the weather vane wiggling. Because if you see 3 spins, that means that it's not the 1, or the 2.5, you're on the 4. But the thing is, it's always in that order. 1, 1, 2.5, 4. 1, 1, 2.5, 4. It just repeats that. So, if you see the 2.5, you know that the next one is 1. Or the next one is the 4, that you want. So we'll see if he takes advantage of that. Anyway, so here's our first one. It's also worth noting, though, that part of the time that you're waiting, the 1, 1, 2.5, 4, part of that time is not just the script waiting. Part of it is it's cycling through RNG numbers. So the first time that you come in, you're going to be between one of the checkpoints, which means it's going to take less time to get to that checkpoint, which means the first pattern it gets cut short a little bit from what you expect. So let's see what happens. We get less than 1. So that means that was one of the ones. So now we're either going to get another one or we're going to get a 2.5. Let's find out. It just stopped. Here's 1. Okay, yep, so he got worst RNG because there's another 1. So now watch, it's going to be 2.5. So,
shit, I think we got worst RNG.
1, 2, and it spins now. There it goes, you see? Okay, that means now we're on the 4 pattern that we want. And so the thing is, though, like I said, part of the wait time isn't the script running for the RNG pattern. Part of it is the cycling through the RNG numbers. And it takes about 1 spin of the satellite to cycle to land on the position that we want and stick there. And so he can go after 1, to be safe, 1.25 spins here. Let's see if he does. Here's 1 spin. So he should go about now. Oh, he's waiting though. Okay, yeah, he... So how long did he wait there? Because he could have gone earlier. Okay, he waited... 1... 2... Okay, he waited about 2.5. So yeah, you can go after like 1.25 and save several more seconds there. But he did do it correctly, though. He didn't do it the fastest you can possibly do it, but he did do it correctly. So now the thing about this RNG manipulation is that a lot of fields, such as this one, don't advance RNG, and so the spot that weather vane put us on, we're still there. However,
On this next screen,
he's explaining it also. This screen does advance RNG, so his movement needs to be relatively precise here.
very
It's probably
specific
just
on
straight
my
right,
line
now straight down right,
and my timing.
now straight down left until Cloud freezes. It looks like he's actually not doing it quite that way, but he's doing it in a way that gets in there in the correct window.
No.
So you kind of need to hit this screen in the right window, and now this screen doesn't advance our RNG anymore, so we're fine. Also, real quick, technically, right here, RNG is advancing, but you're frozen in place for a long. You're paralyzed for a long time. All you have to do is hold up left, and you just bloop right in there.
Pumping the electricity.
No problem. Okay, okay. Then this screen, RNG is advancing, so it's just extremely important to mash through that dialogue as quickly as possible. Because now we're at the point where we don't need to be precise with our RNG anymore. We just need to be fast. So here, his movement out of this screen just needs to be as fast as possible. And now this, and now nothing matters until the Hojo screen. RNG won't move until Hojo screen from here. Oh, you're talking about his chair when we're in 8 times speed. I gotcha. I also I tend to rock on my chair quite a bit. Okay, so here is an interesting menu. First, he's bringing Tifa to 600 some HP, which is more than critical. Why is he healing her out of critical? This is a Morningcraft innovation. The reason he's doing this is because this way, if Diamond Weapon opens the fight attacking Tifa before we can do Big Guard, she survives. But if he doesn't open the fight attacking Tifa, then we can just throw a Molotov on her and get her into critical that way. And then he's lowering the battle speed, which is pretty interesting to do in a speedrun, and we'll have to talk about why. All right. Here's our Diamond Weapon fight.
We were lucky here. And everything is good.
So, how does he open? Attacking Tifa? It's funny, because with this strat, this is actually best RNG. Right? Because now we don't have to throw a Molotov. I don't bother with this strat either, but, you know, I see the value in it. So here's the deal. For Diamond Weapon to become vulnerable to Tifa's physical attacks, we need to do 2 limit breaks, or 2 summons, or a limit break and a summon on him. And the fastest thing to do is going to be 2 limit breaks. So after the Big Guard, he's waiting on putting through this limit break here so that nothing is in the queue. Because if nothing is in the queue, which is the case now that his ATB is emptied, now when he puts in Sid's limit, that will... Oh, he's healing Tifa also. To make... Oh, he's going to high potion and then Molotov her? Or maybe laser her? Here's the thing. Here's what I'll tell you. If she has like 80 or less HP, even less than 90 HP, and she has 3 HP pluses, and she's M-barriered, if you target her with a cure spell, it'll do like the exact right amount of healing to keep her at tip-top critical HP. But anyway... he's doing this strat, I guess. I'm not really familiar with this. But anyway, so so now that he releases time for this limit break, after these two characters are done with their turns and there's nothing in the queue, that allows their ATB to fill up during his limit break, which then allows him to queue up Cloud's limit break, even though the boss assuredly already has its next turn queued up already. Cloud is he's protecting her from the next attack is why that high potion. The thing that I just said about the cure wouldn't work because he needs to do limit breaks with the characters, and then the boss is going to attack after the limit breaks before he's had a chance to cure her. That's why. And yeah, that's what Feck is saying also, right? So anyway, next up, the thing we talk about. Oh yeah, the boss assuredly already has its next turn queued up, but the limit break from Cloud is gonna get prioritized. So now we're just holding time with Tifa while these limit breaks go off. Cross Slash does a little bit more damage than Braver does, so I'm guessing he's using that just to make sure Tifa doesn't underroll damage on the boss here. Now, it is Diamond Weapon's turn, so instead of queuing up this Death Blow for no reason, which would actually freeze here's the thing. If there is something else in the queue, here's what would happen. Is he would release time, and then 1 second later, it would freeze time, because something else is in the queue, and these characters would be stuck with this much ATB. So instead, he doesn't queue up this Death Blow, because it's not going to go off yet anyway, and just releases time and lets them completely fill up their ATB bars. Then, also you wouldn't want a Death Blow before you throw the Molotov on her, or before you know that she's in critical HP is the other reason. But even if she was already in critical, you would do it this way. So, then, once their ATB is full, now he's checking to see if he's attacking Tifa again. He is not. He's attacking Sid. Right there, you can see he's attacking Sid. So now he's going to queue up a Molotov on Tifa to put her back into critical, then queue up her Death Blow, then hold time with Sid, all before Diamond Weapon's turn is over, which is very important because a character's ATB is stuck full during their turn, and then the frame that their turn is over, their ATB resets to 0. And we need to be already in a menu holding time while his turn completes in order to lock him down at 0 ATB. So now you'll see during these other turns, we're going to be in this menu the whole time, keeping everything locked at 0 ATB. So Tifa's back in critical. Tifa's Death Blow misses, unfortunately, but that's fine. So now everybody, this is the truest weight trick there is. Everybody is now at 0 ATB because they've all taken their turns, and we've been in Sid's menu the entire time, so nobody has gained ATB. All three of these characters have 0 ATB, and we're in Sid's menu. Here's the deal. Tifa is the fastest character. So if we just defend with Sid in order to reset his ATB back to 0, and then simply hold circle, Tifa is going to get her menu first. You're gonna it's gonna queue up a Death Blow from Cursor Memory, and because she's faster than Diamond Weapon, her turn is gonna go off after before Diamond Weapon's, which is really important because her turn just went. She's getting 2 turns. She just went. Tifa goes. So now, defend with Sid, hold circle, Tifa goes again. And now check this out. Now it's going to be Diamond Weapon's turn. You don't do another weight trick here because it's going to be Diamond Weapon's turn anyway. His turn is already queued up anyway. So we just release time. We allow Tifa's ATB bar to fill all the way up, queue up a Death Blow, hold time with another character, and then
Let's actually do this.
Do another weight trick, holding circle on Tifa now.
Not 100% sure about
And she once again got queued up before Diamond Weapon, so she goes again. So are you seeing this? Diamond Weapon went, Tifa went twice. Diamond Weapon went, Tifa went twice. This weight trick strat gives 2 turns with Tifa.
Very lucky. Actually, this doesn't matter anymore.
Each round.
Okay. Shit, this is not working right. Oh, it is.
Uh-oh.
This works, right?
Okay. Barely killed because she hit the minimum number of death blows needed. But all right. So then here's the other question, though. Is how much harder is it with the battle speed up? I was just about to get into that. So why did he lower the battle speed? The reason is because I mentioned that at this point, all 3 of these characters have 0 ATB, and Tifa is the fastest. Here's the thing, is Tifa is fastest by just a tiny bit. She's just a cunt hair faster than Diamond Weapon. And so that means that actually, when you defend with Sid, and everybody's ATB is racing to the top now, that means that right here on this frame, this is the frame right here where Tifa gains her maximum ATB. Yeah? I'm going back and forth, and you can see her bar turning yellow because she's gaining her ATB. So, her gaining her ATB right here, here's the thing, though, is we're still in time, and we have to watch this menu open. That many frames passed. How many frames was that? Full ATB, but now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 frames it takes for you to actually hold time. And the thing is, if you were at maximum battle speed, Diamond Weapon would actually get his turn within those 7 frames. So the reason that we need to lower battle speed is because that widens the gap between when Tifa gets her turn and when Diamond Weapon gets his turn enough to where we can actually get her turn queued up before his. Otherwise, even if you wait trick perfectly, Diamond Weapon will get his turn before Tifa's. So you have to lower the battle speed for that reason. And then Tifa just has to hit 2 of her death. If you do everything correctly, Tifa will get 6 death blows, and 2 of them have to hit.
Wait, this works, right?
Is this the fastest battle speed that it works with? It depends on Tifa's random dex roll, right? Every time Tifa levels up, the amount of dexterity that she gets is going to be a little bit random. There's a window of dexterity that she might have. Depending on what her dexterity is, different battle speeds will work. And so this is about the highest battle speed that is safe. Theoretically, you could go into status and check her dexterity in order to determine what the highest battle speed that you could use is, but that would take more time than just using the highest safe amount. And yeah, that is exactly right. Enemies don't have to wait for the command menu. Enemies enter the queue the frame that they gain full ATB. All right. We're getting toward the end here. So now he's just putting Tifa into about the highest HP she can have, while maintaining critical, getting the battle speed back up to fast. And now we are about to do the easiest skip in the entire game. The easiest major skip for sure. There's something very stupid that you guys are about to see. The only thing that you have to do to perform this skip is at any time during this...
What are these holes in the wall for?
Like, at the end of this field, you need to be holding right and run. There's other combinations that work also, but right and run will work every time. So about here, you need to be holding it. But it's right here that you actually need to be holding it. Because what's the deal? On this field, here's the deal about this field. The game teleports us to this field to play a cutscene with Hojo, and then it's supposed to go back to the High Wind for more cutscenes. However, the boss trigger to fight Hojo is like right here. And the thing is, on this field, the way that this game works is your player character always exists on every field. It's just that they're usually turned, like, if they're not supposed to be part of the cutscene, then they are turned invisible and they're paralyzed. So you have an invisible Cloud on this field. And the thing is, the way that they wrote the script, he doesn't get paralyzed until 1 frame after load-in. So you can move your invisible Cloud on this field for 1 frame. And guess what? It spawns your invisible Cloud 1 frame away from the boss trigger. And yo, Babs, when does Zheal know it's likely world record? Probably right now. I think he already knows that he's on record pace, but I'm not sure. So yeah, so it's the perfect storm. They put your character 1 frame away from the boss trigger and wrote the script in a weird, wrong way that lets you move for a frame. So if you are simply holding right and run as this screen loads in, your invisible Cloud hits the boss trigger and you skip the entire raid on Midgar and you fight Hojo right now. Another thing is happening on this field, which is these sparks. These sparks are calling RNG in order to determine how long to wait until the next spark. And so you want to be mashing through, he needs to be mashing through these text boxes as quickly as possible to make sure that we're on pace to land in that window of RNG that gets a 0 encounter final descent also, since we're still in the middle of that manipulation. The way that you can know whether you're on track for the manipulation is if we see a triple spark happen. So let's wait for it.
Like 3 back to back.
Watch those sparks. Zap, zap, zap. There's your triple spark. So we know that the manipulation is succeeding.
Looks like we're good.
And another triple zap will happen also, I think.
So now, the perfect fight starts with good ATP
Zap,
on,
zap, zap. There's the second triple spark. So yes, this is the RNG pattern that shows us that we are on track for the manipulation as long as we are mashing through these text boxes appropriately fast. And all right, here's the Hojo fight. All you really do on this fight is cast Big Guard to haste everybody and then wail on him with death blows. Except the one other thing that you can do, that you should do, is put a vaccine on Tifa. That gives her the resist status, which keeps her from getting any status ailments. Because he does a lot of status ailments, and you really don't want her to get slowed, or slept, or confused.
If you even get that turn, fast fingers.
So there's the vaccine on Tifa. Wait tricking a second death blow. Oofta. The double miss is very annoying here. Because now the bad rap and the Poodler samples actually get extra
Well, it was useless.
or actually get turns. And yeah, the reason Tifa's missing a lot is because we're using Death Blow, which has about 1/3 the hit chance as regular attacks do. But they always crit. Does it keep her from losing Death Sentence? I don't know what would cause her to lose Death Sentence without the vaccine. But you might be right there. And Cookie Run Kingdom, hello, hello, welcome.
Well, she hit that one.
I can't remember what the exact Death Sentence mechanics are for, like, I'm pretty sure if you die to Death Sentence and then Phoenix down the character, they can't get Death Sentenced again. I think is part of it. Oh, what would happen with the death sentence under a vaccine, I think, is the timer would run down and it would try to kill her and it wouldn't kill her. But then she wouldn't be death sentenced anymore. If I remember right. I'm not positive if that's true, but I think so. Anyway, not too bad of a Hojo fight there. It started out bad, but then it got good. And alright, here we go. Just more cutscenes, and then we're going to be entering our final dungeon. That fight was the reason he didn't put it on the board right away? Like, he thought that Hojo fight was really bad? I mean, it wasn't as bad as his icicle menu. Alright, here we go. It is time for Final Descent. So, he's swapping to ATB active. Wait, did he use Tranks also? I think so. Yes. So he's tranking up, not Tifa though. Yo, Jibber Jabber. So I'm verifying the run for its placement on the leaderboard, and then also commentating for the fun of viewers how a run this fast is possible. What are, the whole thing has been like, if you look at my last 3 streams of going through this run, I'm trying to answer like every question about behind every decision, how all the different tricks work, and that kind of stuff, you know? One thing that I didn't mention that we should talk about real quick is he actually didn't get a trick here. So here, there is a little cutscene trigger here of just things rumbling right next to this chest. You can actually paralysis dodge this chest to avoid waiting for it. Actually, oh, he did paralysis dodge it. He did do it. Okay, so here he opens this chest at the same time that the rumbling is happening, which then makes it so he essentially doesn't have to wait for the chest, or because he's waiting for the cutscene anyway. There is a slightly more advanced method of it you can do, which is to clear the save crystal box right here, which stops you from waiting right here for this block to drop. But, you know, he didn't do that version. Oh, by the way, this screen is calling RNG. So getting through this room as quickly as possible is important for Final Descent manipulation as well. But this screen does not matter. Here he's resetting Tifa's limit because he wants to do he needs to do a regular attack with her soon, and if she gains her limit break, she can't do a regular attack. So here it is. He's having her attack herself. Why? Because now the fastest way to get her into critical HP is just to give her a Phoenix Down. Phoenix Downs put a character at 25% HP, rounded down. So that will always just revive them at tip-top critical condition. And then here, we're doing the save crystal glitch. So here's the deal. If you hit circle here, it will grab this vine and begin a cutscene. So what he's going to do is come over here and use the save crystal. And as he uses the save crystal, he's holding circle so that when it reopens the field here, it's going to grab the vine. So now he's grabbed the vine with the save crystal menu open, which is going to allow him to paralysis dodge. He can wait until we're in the part of the cutscene that glitches out the text box. There it is. So now that we're at this point, he can say no, and that unparalyzes him. So now he can leave whenever he wants, but it's good to not leave right away. Leaving right away will lose us time. Instead, he wants to say Cloud goes left. Everybody, usually but Sid, I'm guessing. Yeah, everybody but Sid, he sends right, and then Cloud and Sid, he sends left. The moment that those bits in memory are set, he can now just leave and not have to watch the rest of the, like, 2-minute long cutscene. Then we got Cloud and Sid here, just down for each, so we go down here to get through the dungeon as quickly as possible. That field, by the way, this field advances RNG, so you want to go through as quick as possible. If I'm not mistaken, this field does not advance RNG. If you want to fight the weapons in Sephiroth at the end of the game, do you need Knights of the Round to do Emerald and Ruby, or is there a point where you need to do it before unavailability? You are never locked out of collecting Knights of the Round or fighting Emerald and Ruby weapon. None of those things are you ever locked out of.
Yo, woo!
If that's the question. Oh, this is interesting. Is he lined up with the other step route now? No, he's not. Just a very similar step setup here. This screen also calls RNG, I think. And then I think this one does as well. So, like, all of these screens you gotta go through as quickly as possible. Wait, yeah, I might not be right. I might not be right about which ones do and don't. But the point is, you got to get through Northern Crater as quickly as you can to not blow past the window of RNG that we're looking for.
Dragoon_0 gifted a tier 1 sub to Hoppy the Fool. They have given 1059 gift subs.
All right, here, it's very important to have sent Tifa to the right, and then you talk to her right here, because you get the Mithril, which is actually not the Mithril, this is actually the Mistile.
Let's go. All right. That limit was a bit unfortunate. Otherwise, it was good.
And then this field begins calling RNG once the monsters start growling, because I think it calls RNG to decide when to growl the monsters. He actually does Tifa in the middle like I do. All right, and starting now, we're good. So, this now is where it's all for. I keep talking about RNG. I keep talking about landing in the window. I keep talking about zero encounter final descent manipulation. This is the final descent right here. Every one of these rocks that you jump down has a random chance to give you an encounter. And if he did everything right, he's going to get 0 encounters. So here it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then I think it's 6 right there. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. There it is. 13 steps. 0 encounters.
You're goddamn right!
How many do you get without the manip? It's random, but let's find out, actually. If we go final descent manipulation, list of all possible. So this is every possible final descent you can get. Average. Let's see. We're gonna have to average out these numbers unless it's already averaged for us. Okay. Are you guys ready to do some averages? Oh, that's Notepad++. Hang on. Let's just give me a no on that. All right, all right. We're going to do some averages here to answer the question. Actually, it looks like we can say about 3.7. These are the first 5. I'm going to say 3.7. So you usually get 3 or 4. More you get 4 more often than you get 3. Okay, okay. Meow. Final menu. He's actually getting rid of the Gygus armlet in favor of the Mistile. Now, the reason for this is this 50% bonus to your defense percentage. We'll get into why that's so important in a minute. Elemental Rama on Tifa is important. So Rama for lightning element defense, and also note, Elemental has been leveled up to 2 because of its time spent on the Power Soul, like we talked about. Then, Deathblow added cut, as always. The Phoenix down on Tifa, just like I told you, puts her at maximum critical HP, so that's why we attacked her, just to have her die earlier.
Genova.
And ATB wait. So yeah, what is so special about the Mistile? Here's the deal. Let me tell you guys about hit percentage in this game very quickly. So, here's your hit percentage in this game for a regular attack. It is your character's attack percent is the name of the stat. It's your character's attack percent stat plus their dexterity over 4. Yeah. So every 4 dexterity gives them 1 percentage on their attack. Plus our own character's defense percent minus the enemy defense percent. So this is the hit rate in the game is sorry, my phone is kind of exploding. So this is how the game calculates your percentage to hit in the game. Now, here's the deal. Why is our defense percent added in the game? I think the reason is that it's supposed to be a hard counter to the enemy's defense percentage. I think the idea is that if the enemy is very evasive, then our own evasion can cancel that out. If we are very evasive, we can handle an enemy that's very evasive. I think that's the idea of what they're doing here, right? But the problem with this idea is that if the enemy isn't very evasive, well, then our evasion is just really good. But here's the thing, it's not really a problem. It makes enough sense to me where it's like a very evasive character is also very accurate. Here's where it gets fucky. Is that we say that Deathblow has about 1/3 the chance as your regular hit percent. This is only for physical attack? Yes. This is for physical attacks. Good distinction there. Now, we've said before that Deathblow is about 1/3 the chance to hit as a regular attack is. So you would expect it to be take this value, right? And divide it by 3. Yeah? And this is your chance for Deathblow to hit? Well, that's not what they did. Instead, for some reason, Deathblow only divides this part by 3. For whatever reason, Deathblow only cuts this part into 1/3 and your defense percent and your enemy defense percent are unaffected, right? And actually, come to think of it, when I said you would expect blah blah to happen earlier, actually you would expect this, right? You wouldn't expect this, like I said. You would expect this, right? To be cut in a third, but instead it's like this. And so, so what that means, if we go back here, so what that means is this 50% defense percent that Mistile adds is just a flat 50% more percentage chance for Deathblow to hit. Yeah? So if you combine that with how much dexterity she has, especially with the curse ring on, and also just if we consider everything and her regular attack percentage, Tifa now has a 100% chance to hit with Deathblow for the final 4 bosses. That's why it's worth getting rid of Gygas Ring or Gygas Armlet, is that Tifa now has a 100% hit rate with Deathblow with the Mistile equipped. So boom, there it is. It's not doing quad 9s anymore, but it's hitting every time. And it will start doing quad 9s. And yeah, the Mistile also gives her a 50% dodge rate to physical, and I think 60 to magic, right? Which also is relevant for these fights where you don't want Tifa to be getting hit also. So like it's really good for Tifa to have a high dodge chance on these fights. Even more so running without the long range materia.
All right. One done.
So, there's Genova Synthesis. Very standard fight there. Whoop. Now, just Tifa Sid back in the party. Someone asked, does it matter Tifa's positioning? Nah, it's preference. I go out of my way to put Tifa in the middle because I like her to be surrounded by the 2 support characters. There are certain enemies that have behaviors that target certain positions, right? Like, the reason Apps always licks Tifa if he does lick is because he actually just licks the middle character. But I don't think any of that is relevant here. Anyway, here is Bizarro Sephiroth. First attack on Cloud, nice and safe. First attack is physical, and Tifa's in the front row to do full added cut damage. So we really don't want Tifa to get hit by that. There's the big guard to haste us, and now just classic weight tricking. There's Tifa's second turn. So now, during Bizarro's attack, he releases everybody's ATB, queues up a death blow with Tifa, and then holds time with the character. Oh, was that... There's Elemental Rama on Tifa. This is exactly why we leveled up the Elemental Materia, and now we put it attached to Rama on Tifa, is because if Bolt 3 hits her, it'll do 0.
Well, that hit her, but... the setup is correct.
There's Tifa's second turn, and that's Bizarro Sephiroth. And you know, now that you mention it,
what the hell is going on here?
Now that you mention it, I never made particular note of him equipping the Destruct Materia. Was that on the Final Descent menu down here? I think I was too busy talking about the other stuff. He might have just put it on earlier, though. like on his Junon menu or something. Oh, before this. Okay, yeah, so here he's only dealing with Tifa materia, and Destruct is not in his list, so he already equipped it somewhere. Shit, where would that have been? Because we need to find that. I don't feel like there would be any reason to do it back here. Before Hojo? I don't know why you would do it there unless it's just good menuing. I would expect it to be at Junon. Because there's a lot of stuff that happens at Junon. Cloud has it? Okay. Okay, yeah, here's the Junon menu. There's Destruct in his menu. E-skill on Sid. Destruct on Cloud. Okay, yep. So he puts Destruct on Cloud before Junon right there. Alright. So Destruct has been just chilling on Cloud this whole time. Spoilers. Destruct has just been chilling on Cloud this whole time. Not doing anything. Oh, it's not a sidetrack, Babs. It's you know, that's a verification item. If a character just mysteriously has a materia equipped that we never saw him put on, you know, you gotta find it.
Oh boy. All I need is Tifa not dying and not failing anything.
All right. So Bizarro and Genova are very simple fights.
I'm doing it, Daddy!
This one is a little bit more complicated. It can be tempting to put this death blow in right here. In fact, I wouldn't be too surprised if he does. But no, he's resisting. He's resisting the temptation. It doesn't really help you to very much to do it. So here, he's got Death Blow queued up with Tifa. He's got Big Guard queued up with Sid. And then he's holding time on the character with D-Barrier. So there's our opening Death Blow. And then here's our Big Guard. And then hitting this D-Barrier releases time. Hold circle to queue up this Death Blow. And then hold time with Sid. Holding time with Sid here is no longer for ATB purposes, really. It's just to prevent our barriers from running down and to prevent her death sentence from ticking down. There's just no good reason to let time flow here. Alright, then, release time. Here comes the Shadow Flare. This is the big moment. If he Shadow Flares Tifa, the run is dead. It has to hit her, though. And that's another reason for the misdial. It's on Tifa. Here we go. Look at it. Look at his face. Right here. Right when he detects that it's on Tifa, look at his face. He's prepared. He's prepared for the run to die right here, right now. But by the power of the misdial, he misses. There it is. Now, Sephiroth's next attack always hits the character with the highest HP, so it's going to hit Cloud. It also paralyzes, but Cloud has the ribbon equipped. Yes. So he's got nothing to worry about for the next attack. It's going to do like 500 damage and not paralyze. Why would the run die? The run would die because by the time you get her back up, he will fly up into the air before you can kill him. Without the long range materia on, she can't attack him anymore. You won't be able to kill him before he supernovas. If he supernovas, you lose your entire time and you no longer have a PB. And there it is. The perfect fight at the end. Oh, here he's showing. He's showing his hand. Look how shaky his hand is. All right. And then and yeah, the reason is yeah, he's not taking the long range materia because it saves a little bit of time to not take it. I still prefer to take it. All right. And here's the final encounter. Oh. No Omni Slash because that just loses 14 seconds for no reason. And it would have stopped him. Omni Slash would have stopped him.
You're goddamn right!
Omni Slash would have stopped him from getting the first ever sub 631.
Excuses again.
Awesome. Uh-oh, though. I think the thing happened again. Zheal, buddy. Zheal, bro. Please make this alert like 80% opacity so we can see damage numbers through it. Now I'm going to have to analyze the arc animation to figure out what your last frame is. Because I can't see the damage numbers. But all right. There we go. That is the run. We are going to do a couple little verification, extra little like anti-splice verification type things.
Let's fucking go.
Oh.
3, 2, 1, go.
All right. Here we go. So there's the first frame. So let's get that like that. And now we can do some checks. It'll be impossible to beat this run. Oh, far from it. This run is beatable. This run is excellent. This was an excellent run, but it's beatable.
Oh, no.
All right, so a couple things to do. Let's do some random menu checks. We're gonna do some random IGT menu checks. What's a menu in the game? Here's one. All right, so right here, we're gonna go. Okay, at frame 84,039. Oh, I gotta double check the frame rate of this video. Uh, 630.58. It is a 60 FPS flat video. Okay. So his IGT should display 2315, and it displays 2212. Did I do something wrong here? Let's see. I'm not wrong about this, am I? That this is how this works. Oh, wait. Yeah, why would this be a minute off? Is this actually not the start of the run? Okay, let's. It might be a problem with my script. Let's find out. So is it at about 232 right here? If I go, boom, 13108. Oh, I know the problem. No, I do know the problem. It is my script. Or it's not my script. It's this counter right here is unreliable. I have to change the settings on resolve. It's because the minute of run that I cut off earlier is still being counted. Watch. When we go back to the start here, when we go back to the start, instead of being on frame 0, it's on frame 3899, which is about a minute. So there you go. That's the reason. I gotta run to the bathroom real quick.
Yes.
Okay. So what that means is we should actually be using a different tool for counting the frames. We can use this tool, which is what we use to time the video in the end anyway. So let's bring this in. Here we go. And then here we can... how much faster are Sonic discs over a full run? I think the estimate is about 2 minutes. But there's no way to know for sure. Okay, there's the starting frame. And then now, let's look for some menus. What's a menu in the game? Probably... Well, now I have to... Now we got to think about it. It's easier to look in here. That's just the opener. Oh yeah, at 2212. Right, that was the first one we looked at. All right. Yeah. Here's this menu. Okay, so if we were to do this, the actual frame count. Here's the actual frame count. So if we go 80,226, 60 FPS, it should say 2212. There we go. And which indeed it does. So, all right. Let's find another one. Ooh, any of these elevator manip, Here, let's take one of these elevator manip ones. Yeah, yeah. Okay, how about frame 207,242, 5722, 5722. The system counts IGT during load times. So we don't have to worry about that. The script might get like 1 second off though. You know, I don't claim that it's gonna be the exact right second every single time, but it should be within 1 second. I don't think it'll get 2 seconds off. But I don't know, I'd have to look at it if I did see that. 379 should say 130.55. Hello? Did I type that right? 328.379. Okay, we are very off here. I don't think that should happen. And yeah, Pilot, I mean, right, you could certainly do that. It would take like video editing though, right? Like the thing about like what people are willing to do is the more barriers you put in, then the more like advanced the accusation would have to be, right? Where it's like if you were to do a splice and then also try to prevent this method from working, well then you would also have to video edit your timer, right? Did I screw something up here? 328.150 at 60 is 130.51. Why is this like 10 seconds off now? Let me see if that's a consistent thing if we go like way back here. If we go like super far. Oh, did I put the I put the wrong. Yes, I used the console frame count and not the frame count. You're right. Yep. That was the issue with that one. So yeah, I just keep making mistakes here. Okay, it was this one, right? No, it wasn't this one. Well, I'm checking this one anyway. Or wait, no, we have to do this. Yeah, we want this number, not this number. So 327,601 at 60, 130.42. That's more what we're looking for. Okay, perfect, perfect. All right, so then we'll take one of these. There we go. I won't screw this up too many more times. 130.113. Excellent. All right. Let's move forward a little bit here. But yeah, like let me give you an example of what I was saying about like how like if the accusation is more advanced, right? Now it would be like, oh, they would have to do video editing, right? It kind of an example of that is when Brood was saying that Blink spliced his Breath of Fire runs. Because the problem with like the accusation is that he was saying that he got suspicious of Blink because his Knight RNG was too good from run to run. He got too many runs past this one particular RNG spot. But the problem is that that is so incongruent with splicing. Splicing would mean that they just got one good run, you know? Unless that means, if you are going to stick to that, that means that your accusation is that he was splicing dead runs, that he was splicing over and over again in order to make a bunch of fake dead runs that he could pretend to lose live to make his splice run more convincing, right? Which is like, you know, you gotta consider how crazy we're saying that we're getting here, you know? So that's a little crazy. All right. 498508. I mean, there was that one guy though. Did you guys see the Carl video recently about the guy that did video edit his hand clicking the mouse in Geometry Dash with like the morph effect on his hand? Like that, I mean, that is some high effort fakery, dude. 21810 or 01 I mean, yep, 21801. All right. If I was going to splice, I would splice this part. Felt uncomfortable watching. Oh yeah, his fake oh wait, did he this was a free one, wasn't it? This was 3 and free. Yeah. Okay. Let's go the way back. All right, here we go. Yo, go swang. Yo, blink. I mean, the thing is, he's got his estimated IGT up here the entire time, so you can just line him up to this, and then make sure that this doesn't change at any point, but, you know, this is more fun. Okay. 639368. 14216. Why do I keep screwing this up? 63. Oh, because I put 369. 639368 at 60. 25701. 25701. Yeah. We were talking about all those dead runs that you had to splice to make your other splice be more convincing. All those runs that you had to pretend to have die. All right, 32412, 32412. 831119 35007 35007. Yeah, the console preset at the top is the reason that the console frame count is incorrect when I accidentally used that. Because this tool, I think it's made by SumWes. SumWes is a pretty prolific Super Mario Bros. Runner. So I think this tool was made sort of with the idea of counting Mario runs, but we just don't use the Mario part of it. Sign stealing, dude. We Mrs. Dash and I just played through Yakuza 5, and sign stealing was the accusation of sign stealing was a big part of that game's plot. Okay, let's check this one. Great game, by the way, and man, Yakuza 0 now is so good. All right, here we go. Okay, 441.26. Yeah, like this whole thing for counting speedruns was made by SumWest, and then I wrote a little Python script to say if I am this many frames into the run and my video is this frame rate, then Final Fantasy VII should display this as its IGT right now, and that is indeed what it displays. And the reason you need a script like this is because the game doesn't count its time exactly correctly. Like, as you can see, the real time from the start of the run was 4:42:21, but the in-game the IGT is almost a minute behind at this point because of just how the game works. We should have a menu back here. This one might say 7 even though it's 8 because we're on the border, but let's find out. 1141741 51608. Nah, it's right on. Is IGT different for PAL and NTSC? You know, I'm not sure what the PAL is, or like anything about how the PAL version handles it. And sorry, hi, I'm Scroll. What because of disc co-op? Oh, it may be being like a couple frames off. It could be because yes, that is one of the reasons. And then also just because like this is all assuming that the console is running at like the exact frame rate that I'm talking about. Which, what is that magic number? Let's find out. I had to figure this out at some point. The magic frame rate number, 59.8247. So my tool is assuming that this is the frame rate, meaning, you know, over the course of several hours, it might get like a frame or two off, right? If this was supposed to have a couple more decimal points on it or something. And yeah, PAL runs at 50 FPS, so I'm not sure if the game is programmed, if the programming of the game is changed to handle that, or not. Okay. Let's do this one. And yo, Rezopoulos, 1283614. Yeah, the other moderators can have this script if they want, for sure. I mean, it's a really, anyone can have it. It's a really simple script. Here it is, folks. This is the whole script. It's very simple. And then, oh yeah, this is like how I derived the frame rate. Right. I gotta remember how I derived this frame rate. It was like I took a video of the game for like many hours, and I took like an early point and a later point of where it flipped to the next digit, and then just calculated it from there. Oh, sorry, 55, 25, 55, 25. That's perfect. All right, so let's just do the final menu, which is the one before Bizarro here, and we're good. Okay, 1, 3, 8, 2, 4, 5, 7. It should be 622.47. 622.47. All right. The IGT display checks out throughout the entire run. And so, let's get a final time on this run, shall we? Oh yeah. Okay, you're right that this would imply that it should actually be 8246. You know what I bet I did? I probably just adjusted it cuz it was wrong, right? I probably just changed it later. Because like I'm guessing, you know, I'm just guessing based on my old work here, but I'm guessing that this comment was just to preserve my initial research, and then it was adjusted to be more accurate after that. But the comment is just talking about where did I come up with the number in the first place. Okay. So I think it's this frame. However, we have to double check. We have to because of his stupid alert being right over where the damage numbers are, which the damage numbers are what we are, you know, well, the damage numbers are the easiest thing to see the final frame. That means now we have to do something else. We have to grab a different run.
This desert is stupid.
Okay, so here's a different run. Oh, he omni-slashed in this run. Okay.
What the hell is going on here?
He omni-slashed in that run? Oh, that was yeah, that was disc 1 skip. He omni-slashed in this run. Scrabbleface probably omni-slashed. Brutals won't have omni-slashed, right? He probably did. Of course he did. A man of the people.
Yes. What the hell is going on here?
All right, I gotta find a run. Okay, what about? Oh, here we go. Lose Bell. There's no way Lose Bell.
You're goddamn right.
No way that this one was an omni-slash. Oh, whoops. Okay, here we go. We're gonna find it. Oh, whoops. Okay. Oh, no, wait, we're there. We're there right now. We got it. Here it is. So, what does it look like? You've got this frame. Oh, it's the first swoop. And then when the second swoop comes in on top, that's actually the second frame of the animation. So the big swoop is damage numbers. Okay. So it's this frame is the last. And then
What are these holes in the wall for?
let's double check this. Yes. All right, there we go. 4 frames saved, Spicy, because the battle's action only goes at 15 frames per second. All right, so that is a 6:30:58 verified. Let's do it. This thumbnail, dude. All right, full game. PSX disc, no slots, no turbo. Zheal, 6:30:58. Everything looks right. We put in the note of the exact timing. And we verify it. There it is. Boom. New. Oh, let's scroll it to where you can see it. New world record on the board. Congrats to Zheal. Looking good, bro. How about that? And apparently it was 2 months ago that the run was actually performed, but not when it was submitted. But all right, there we have it. And that's about all I had planned for the stream today. Question from a discussion a few days ago about controller project. Sure. So Blink is making his own controller. But yeah, there you go. Hopefully, over the course of the last 3 streams, hopefully you guys learned something about FF7, about the strats that are used for the speed running of it, and how a time like 6:30:58 is possible, as well as a couple ways that it could be improved as well. Gamedle, I can do the Gamedle. I'll tell you, I did wake up and do the guess the game already, because my brother texted me this morning saying, I bet you can get the guess the game in 1. And I certainly did. I got it in about 1 second. It was easy. But yeah. So hopefully you guys enjoyed all that. Let's do the Gamedle real quick. Let's indeed do that. That sounds fun. Gamedle. All right. So real quick, here's the deal about Gamedle is while I'm running it, I'm gonna have chat minimized because I don't want to see the answers, right? But hang on, Blink says, I said I had made a hypothetical about programming your processor with a feasible FF7 mode that could adjust the turbo duty cycle for the X button to do 7 frames running, 1 frame walking for perfect step routing. Would that ban the controller for FF7 turbo categories? Well, yes. I think having turbo. So let's talk about why though. Like, first of all, yes, I think you're describing a macro that's more specific than turbo is. But why do I think that? The reason I think that would be how fast would that end up mashing, right? We can do it based on that. You can say that if it essentially would be pressing X, if we really talked about it, it would be pressing X every 16 frames at 60 FPS, right? Talking 60 FPS. It would be pressing X every 16 frames. And 16 out of 60 is so what would that mean? 16 frames would be 266 milliseconds, right? Yeah, so what I'm saying is I'm kind of redefining it as mashing, right? If you were to say 7 frames holding and then 1 frame unpressed, if you were to really make the argument, first of all, you would say that, like, what I would like to say is, well, Turbo should strive to have it unpressed for as long as it has it pressed. But if you think that that's too arbitrary, well, then we can say, okay, fine, we'll go down to just when you press X. Every 16 frames at 60 FPS is 266 milliseconds per press. Do you consider that to be turbo? Is less than 4 presses a second good enough for turbo? I think this is why some implementations of turbo rulings will say it needs to be at least a certain speed, right? Like, in order for it to be considered a turbo macro and not another, it needs to be at least a certain speed, right? But yeah. 7 hertz mode, that's almost twice as fast as this. So I mean, what I'll say is yeah, like, what you're saying about, like, a controller that enables stutter stepping, I would say, like, yeah, absolutely, that would not be allowed for non-turbo. Well, of course, right, because it's a macro. But for turbo categories, I would even push against it. Because A, it's clearly attempting to do something more than mashing, but B, even if you were to argue that it was mashing, it's not mashing fast enough to be turbo. That's my take. That's my take. But all right. Let's do the game, Dole. So, once again, chat minimized during guest time. Let's do it. What's the cover art? Oh, this is probably Guitar Hero Smash Hits? Guitar Hero Smash Hits. You're telling me that's not on here? Because if it's got Slayer and Judas Priest and System of a Down and Alice in Chains, right? Like, all it has on it here are the names of bands, which makes me think that it's got to be the one where it's the Smash Hits. But that's not an option. I don't think it's Metallica. I don't think it's World Tour. This is definitely a Guitar Hero game, though. It's not Van Halen. I don't think it's 5, because 5, I can picture the cover art of 5, and it's not that. And it's not 1, 2, or Rocks the 80s, of course. It's not 3. Maybe it's Live? Live is the one that is kind of just an unknown for me. Oh, it is Metallica. Oh, okay. It is Guitar Hero Metallica, apparently. I did not know that that's what the cover art of Metallica looked like, where it was just a whole bunch of band names. It's also repeated. System of a Down? System of a Down? Who are they trying to pull? I tell you, as soon as Activision got their grubby mitts on this series, oh boy, did anyway. Will you regret not using Tifa even if you're not trying to speedrun? No. Last casual run I did of FF7, I used Red and Yuffie, just use whichever characters you like. All downhill after Guitar Hero 3. Even Guitar Hero 3 was a sharp downturn in quality from 2. Oh yeah, you're talking about Stage Tour, right? The new game Stage Tour. Yeah, I'm very curious about what that game is going to look like when it comes out. I don't know if you guys know, I'm a big fan of Plastic Instrument games. Big fan. And the thing is that Harmonix made Guitar Hero 1 and 2, and then the rights were sold to Activision, and Harmonix began making Rock Band at that point. So starting with Guitar Hero 3 is when Neversoft started making Guitar Hero on their fuck-ass skateboard engine. And so, yeah, this series went right down the shitter, starting with 3. But yeah. And I'll tell you what I specifically don't like about 3. Besides just the soundtrack being not quite as good, even though it was still pretty good, the big problem I had with 3 is something that people call infinite front end, which is that when you have a hammer-on coming up, Guitar Hero 1 and 2, 1 actually was pretty bad about this, but Guitar Hero 2 and Rock Band, they expect you to time your hammer-on, right? You have to press your hammer-on in about the same hit window as you would have to strum it, right? Maybe a little bit more tricky. But in Guitar Hero 3, you can hammer on literally infinitely early as you possibly can. And once the gem, they're called gems, the note crosses the strike line, it's called the strike line, once it crosses it, if you're holding the button, it gives you the hammer on, which literally teaches you to play wrong. It literally teaches you to play everything early. And so, like, it is designed in a way that trains you to bad timing, which very much bothers me. I hate that. So anyway, that's my problem with Guitar Hero 3. And then the rest of the series, I mean, they're just... Neversoft didn't really know what they were doing as much. And also Rock Band, Harmonix went on to be the innovators with Rock Band, while Guitar Hero was just trying to copycat the whole time, you know what I mean? So anyway, that's my soapbox, that's my spiel about Guitar Hero. I'm a Rock Band boy, and nowadays I'm a Yarg boy. But I'm very interested in Stage Tour whenever that comes out. Anyway, chat minimized, on to the next one. Let's do artwork. This looks like, I might not know what this is, but I'm going to throw out a guess like South of Midnight. This is, skip me. This is ukulele? This is Patapon 3? Oh, this is Rayman. Rayman is involved in this. Is it Legends? Is it Origins? I think this is... Which one was first? It's whichever one is second, I think. And I don't remember if Rayman Legends or Rayman Origins was first. I'm going to say this one's Origins. All right, I got it. Because, yeah, I think it was Rayman Legends and then Origins. So there you go. Boom. All right. We got it. Took a good number. It took 5 attempts, But okay. Oh, and sorry, if you don't think anyone played Guitar Hero in the hopes of learning how to play an actual guitar, I mean, not really. Like, look, if you want to learn guitar, then, like, if your goal is I want to play real guitar, then you should play real guitar, right? But I do think that there's a little bit of helpfulness in some elements of playing Guitar Hero. Like, for example, the thing is, it's just really, really helpful in general as a human being who wants to be entertained to be able to play a game that just throws song after song at you and you need to rhythmically strum to it, right? Because when you, like, it's a lot easier to play Guitar Hero for 6 hours than it is to sit down with a real guitar and actually practice with it for 6 hours, right? And so just because of the sheer volume of gameplay that you can get out of Guitar Hero, it will probably make your strumming hand more rhythmic. You know what I mean? Like, yes, of course, if you played guitar for 6 hours, you'd get better at guitar than if you played Guitar Hero for 6 hours. But it's only Guitar Hero for most people that you're actually going to get that amount of time out of. And it will improve your rhythm. You know what I mean? And a little bit of your ability to hand-eye coordination between fretting with your left hand and strumming with your right hand. It's going to help a little bit, you know what I mean? But that's the thing, is that, like, a lot of folks who play plastic guitar just also play guitar, you know? And a lot of people are... Like, I don't think that there's anybody in the entire world who's thinking, I wish I could play guitar if only I hadn't spent so much time playing Guitar Hero. That person doesn't exist. Because everybody who plays Guitar Hero and is interested in playing guitar also just plays guitar. So, sorry. I kind of crashed out a little bit there, but you know what I'm saying. That said, though, Rock Band drums is a lot more one-to-one with drumming than the other instruments are, and of course, vocals is pretty good as well. But there you go. Anyway, chat minimized. We're on to the next guess. Character. Oh, that's Birdo, bro. That's just Birdo. From Super Mario Bros. That's not Birdo. That's an Octorok, bro. Octorok? Maybe it's Big Octo. Is this gonna be Octorok, or is this gonna be... Are they tricking me with Big Octo? It's Octorok. Alright, there we go. I should have known that the lip was a little bit... I should have known two things. Okay, actually, this is my bad big time for getting this in 2 rather than getting this in 1. It should have been obvious, because here's why. First of all, this artwork is just a little bit too detailed for Birdo's soft, supple lips, you know? And then secondly, Birdo doesn't spit rocks. Birdo doesn't spit rocks? What the hell was I talking about? Birdo spits eggs and sometimes fireballs. So yeah, that was my bad. I'm ashamed that I got this in 2 instead of 1. But there we go. But all right. On to the next one. We're gonna do keywords next. We got exploration, collectibles, no dialogue, hidden paths. No dialogue, huh? What's a game where you just go around and collect stuff and nobody says a word? I don't know. Ho-Hokum? Ho-Hokum. Is that the name of this game? Okay, maybe that game's not on here. Or there's like, Pac-Man... But Pac-Man doesn't really have exploration or hidden paths unless you count wrapping the screen. Fez has a lot of dialogue. I was going to say Fez for a second there, but that's obviously wrong. This is probably going to be some indie game I've never heard of, but let's skip for now. Locked doors, combat arenas, glowing sword, isometric view. Yo, is this Hyperlight Drifter? Mechanical arms, switch puzzles, wordless story, brutal wildlife. Is this Fury? Energy upgrades, giant machinery, health upgrades, ancient machines. Is this Titan Souls? Moving platforms, mysterious world, silent protagonist, single player only. Is this... Well, Death's Door has dialogue. So let's see. Giant machinery. Oh. Wait. Oh, no. I was going to say Tunic, but that also has a lot of dialogue. I mean, is it really dialogue, though, if your protagonist is silent? Think about it. You're just getting monologued at constantly. Oh, wait, Mechanical Arm. Hang on. Mechanical Arm. I feel like that should be the giveaway. Except I feel like I've never played this. Skip me. World Transformation, Torchlight creators. Yeah, I don't know what this is. This is a game called Hob. I feel like I've maybe heard of it, which is basically I've never, I don't know anything about it. But all right. Didn't get that one. But all right. It could be cool. Let's go. Let's do the last one. The last one, this one's the real dick kicker. We're just going to put in Final Fantasy 13, and all you do is you have to take the information you get and figure out what game they're trying to get at. So, it came out later. It's single player but has multiplayer as well. It's not an RPG. It's not fantasy. It's not adventure. It's not third-person isometric or bird view. So, okay, give me like a more recent first-person game that we can also knock out like another publisher as well. If we were to take like an Activision game, right? If we did like Call of Duty, give me like, I don't know, what's one that's kind of recent but not too recent? Black Ops 5, which I guess is Cold War. Okay, it is. Oh, okay. We got some hits. It is a shooter. It is single player, multiplayer, co-op, split screen. It's all of these things. It's on the same engine as Call of Duty even. And it was indeed published by Activision, but it wasn't developed by Treyarch. So it must be one of the Infinity Ward ones, right? It would have to be like Call of Duty, maybe Modern Warfare 2? Modern Warfare 3, the old one. Let's try. Okay, it came out after that. Okay, so it's not Black Ops, it's not Modern Warfare. It is a Call of Duty game, though, it says. The franchise is Call of Duty, it's just not that one. And it came out after Modern Warfare 3? Bro, I don't know anything about Call of Duty. So, like, what came out after... Oh, wasn't there one called Advanced Warfare? Yeah, maybe it's that. Okay, maybe it's Infinite Warfare. What's the Call of Duty game that came out between 2012 and 2013? I have no idea. And I would think that Infinite Warfare would have come out after Advanced Warfare, right? So 2012, would that have been World at War? Is that when World at War came out? I don't think so. I think World at War was earlier. It was. That was 2008. Oh, brother. So here's where you have to just watch some idiot who doesn't know anything about Call of Duty just throw darts at the Call of Duty dartboard until I remember that I think Ghosts came out around 2012. It was Call of Duty Ghosts. All right, we got there. We got it. All right. We did it. So there we go. We successfully did the wait, Neversoft was involved in this game now? What the hell? How many developers did this game have? This game had 4 developers? Oh, you know what? I bet it was the port or something. I bet like Raven ported it to Wii U or something like that, right? It's I'm sure that's the deal. Yeah, yeah. But all right. I also seem to remember this one not being very well received, if I remember right. But then again, it's Call of Duty. None of the games are actually well received. It's just like regular old normies who aren't even really into video games buy Call of Duty and play it. You know what I mean? Like, this is the series for the guy who doesn't really care about video games, but he has an Xbox, and when he gets home from a long day of work, he wants to sit down on the couch and shoot some dudes online for a little bit, you know? That's Call of Duty. So it's kind of funny the way that audience means that like none of the games are very well critically acclaimed, but they're all like sell super well. I think that that's been changing a little bit though. Like from what I've seen more recently is that like with them adding like Warzone or whatever, like the BR mode, and then I think they've even done like an extraction mode and stuff. I feel like people are kind of into those to where like the series has successfully kept up with other multiplayer shooters, right? Like they have good movement in them. They have the new modes that people want. And so I do feel like lately I've been hearing more generally positive sentiment about the series from people, right? Oh, also the zombies modes people actually like. But yeah. Oh yeah, the fish. That was ghosts. Yes, the fish swim away from you realistically when you get close to them. Yeah, yeah. All right, and then I already did the guess the game today on my phone, but it's obviously StarCraft. So you know, it took me 2 seconds, right, to be like, yeah, that's StarCraft big time. But all right. There we go. I think that's going to do it for the stream. Call of Duty 2, was that Big Red 1 or was that another one? I remember seeing advertisements for Call of Duty Big Red 1 when I was younger. And it's kind of funny that like back then, you know, what are the things that people complain about generally in the video game industry nowadays? People complain about things like day one DLC, games that aren't on the disc, microtransactions, right? Always online connectivity. Games are $80 now. What else? Oh, hi again. People complain about all these things, which, by the way, as just an aside, it's hilarious that Grand Theft Auto 6 is like bing, 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 every one of these things. But anyway, that's what people complain about nowadays. Back in the PS2 days, what did people complain about? I remember people complained about there's too many World War II shooters, people are tired of World War II, and the other big thing was all of the licensed games are bad, you know? Like, you know, oh, the SpongeBob movie is gonna have there's got to be a game tie-in, right? Oh, Terminator 3 is out. There's got to be a game. There's got to be a game tie-in. Codename Kids Next Door needs a game tie-in. And every one of these it felt like the industry was flooded with these licensed games that were all bad. And especially if you liked anime. If you liked anime, you were in for a world of hurt anytime that you were playing an anime. Yes, sweetie? But there you go. Spider-Man 2, right, there were a couple exceptions. Spider-Man 2 was really good. Dragon Ball Z Budokai 3 was really good. And you know, there might have been a couple others. Sorry? Yeah, I'll be up in a minute. Oh. All right. I will see you guys next time. That's about going to do it for the stream. Thank you for joining the new Zheal record verification commentary. Thank you for joining everything else after that. And then if we check a look, I'm checking a look at my Twitch page here to see if we're raiding anybody. Oh, here comes the cat also. Yes. Hi, Mia. Who is online right now except for Neon Genesis? If you guys like, so this will be for Twitch, right? On Twitch we can do raids. I don't know about y'all else, but if you go to Neon_Genesis_ on Twitch, we're gonna raid him. He is a very entertaining FF7 speedrunner. So enjoy his stream. Have yourselves a good night. I will see you guys on the next show. Bye.